Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 229. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Reagan. Chris, why are you sitting with your arms crossed? Are you upset with me?
Nah, this is my natural, this is how I exist.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Closed in, shelled up.
Is there like a particular thing that this denotes, like emotion wise?
No, I just was trying to be dumb. I do think that it does though. I think that some people read that as upset, waiting. Some people think that this is like guarded, I've been watching a lot of these forensic science YouTube videos that like where they go into they have the footage of the guy getting interviewed by the cops and they go into the verbal languages and all of that. I'm sorry, the visual languages and all of that. So that's what I guess I was trying to invoke that.
No, I feel like this is almost like a setup, and then it depends on what you do following. But it's like this paired with like a scowl, then that's like disappointed, Yeah, and then it's like it's more of like a cockback, and then you don't know what kind of punch is coming.
Right. Fair enough. Dagan, my brother, always describes himself as watching Star Wars with his arms crossed, which I think is perfect. Like he's waiting for it to disappoint him in some way. Although he's a big fan. He loves that Andor. He says that that's good shit. Oh. And I'll be seeing him soon. I haven't seen him in a while. He's going to be staying over here in Virginia for Thanksgiving, so we're excited about that. Dustin Furman, executive producer. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing fantastic. It's funny because you bring up the arm crossing. I've realized over the last few months, and I've known this slightly, but it's really come to light recently that people have resting bitch face. My problem is that I think I have a resting angry face. I have people tell me like, "Are you upset right now? Are you mad?" I'm like, "No, I'm just hanging out. I'm just sitting here." So I've tried to make it intentional on Sacred Symbols that I'm like, okay, if I feel like I'm smiling, that's like a neutral position. So I'm trying to, I don't want people to think I'm mad all the time. I'm actually very rarely mad, like that. That would be my neutral.
You should get that watch that gives you an electric shock every 10 minutes to remind you to smile.
Remind you to live.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to hear from you and glad everything's going well with you as well. Now, right before we started the show, I was saying, when we start the show, we get going, we use Zencastr or other programs to record our video, and we have local audio equipment as well. And when we get going, I was thinking for the first time ever, we've done this so many times now, but I feel like we're starting up like an airplane or very, very routine. Like, all right, I'm recording live, and everyone's like, okay, and pressing buttons on their end, and it's like, okay, are we ready to clap? And everyone's like preparing, yes. You hear buttons clicking in the background. It just feels like Control or something like that. Not the game, which we'll talk about in a little while. But I don't know, that washed over me for the first time. A bit of a protocol, as it were.
Interesting. But it's like turning the keys on a submarine in unison.
Right. That's exactly right. And the nukes.
Yeah. There goes.
And that's the end of the world.
Yeah.
There it is. And that's Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. Up each and every week. We can get us 3 days early and ad free over on Patreon. Patreon.com/laststandmedia. We really appreciate you over there. Listen, I know times are trying right now. A lot of sad stuff going on in the economy is kind of in a bit of a free fall. I know times are difficult. We appreciate you that can financially support us out there. But remember, you don't have to be part of our community. You can watch us on YouTube and listen on free feeds and all the rest. So do what is best for you. But we could use your support over on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia if you can help it and you'd like it. And the different perks over there: early ad-free access to the shows, Discord access where more than 5,000 of you nerds are always hanging out, annoying me, and of course Sacred Symbols Plus twice a week. That's our supplemental podcast, interviews, deep dives, game analyses, and the rest. So Sacred League and Sacred Saga coming in hot again soon. The second episodes of both of those. I recently interviewed Sandeep Rai, a buddy of ours, a friend of the show, who wrote Vita Means Life, which was the awesome historical book about Vita. He's doing one for PS3 that I'm actually going to be writing a few pieces in, and that's on Kickstarter now. And by the way, I refuse payment for it. He offered to pay me, but I said no payment. So I have nothing to gain. I just think it's a cool project. We did a deep dive, Micah and I, on The Last of Us Part 2, a revisit of that. If you want to check that out, I interviewed someone from EA Codemasters about game analysis. PSVR 2, we did a what did I call it? A gut check cast or something like that? And then something stupid like that. And then I recently interviewed the EIC of The Escapist, the website The Escapist as well. Lots of new stuff going on there. Now, Dustin, I want to go to you real quick because Sacred Saga, was I right?
Was you? Oh, here's the. We need to halt the brakes here. There's a misunderstanding between you and I. You keep calling me a doubter publicly, and I don't remember. There was one interaction where I was confused about some data, but I never said this was a bad idea. I never said that. I feel like I'm being accused of something. I wasn't sure, but I was always willing to give it a try.
Yeah, I'm going to throw
I'll try anything you're willing to put in front of my
I love the idea that when this
face,
was pitched initially on the show, we were just like, it fucking sucks.
Yeah.
Like, that idea is terrible.
I know. I just like busting Dustin's balls. If he doesn't have complete buy-in on everything I say, I need you to evangelize. But
I'm going to be coming up. I mean...
Well, I'll tell you this, dude. We have something. I mean, Sacred Cell Saga has escalated so much behind the scenes.
Yeah.
I can't wait for you guys to see what has come of it in just the last month in terms of its functionality and all the rest. It's going to be so fucking awesome. I can't wait. And Sacred League is going too. I've already gone to the audience for Sacred League to solicit their feedback on who won last month. And so we'll get that done too soon. Remember, Sacred League and Sacred Saga, Sale Saga are only going to be on Patreon. I'm never going to make those free. So if you want to play with us over there, play along, have fun. And with Sacred Sale Saga, I got to figure it out, but I've already floated this to the guys. I think I'm going to have like cash prizes for that when the audience begins to play with us, because I'm fairly convinced, although I need to see the data, I'm fairly convinced that scoring a perfect PSN sales list is virtually impossible. Like that is like 1-per-1 every spot. Right. I don't know about that. I think actually, in fact, October and November might be the easiest months because of all the sports games and Call of Duty. I think when you come out in May, I don't think there's a prayer.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's too. Those sports games were kind of like a godsend. When I was going through it, I was like, oh my God, obvious. Okay, cool. I know exactly where most of these go. But
we'll go over all of that. The Sales Saga, for people that don't know, Sacred Sales Saga is our betting game and our standings based game about the PSN sales data that is released every month. This idea I had, and based on my love of fantasy football and fantasy sports and just sports in general, and I love statistics and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, a fun thing going on over there. Check it out over on Patreon. And finally, merch. We have merch, laststandmedia.store. New merch, I think, coming. What's going on with we have stickers? What's going on? We have a new sticker coming? Something of this nature?
Be on the lookout for Black Friday.
Ooh.
We'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
Black Friday, we got some things going on.
Yep. And restock. Well, we have, of course, the blue hat. Black hats, I know they're sold out. I think they were shipped yesterday. So those will be restocked very soon if you were waiting on those. Sweet.
Yeah.
J. Reese Bear wrote into us and said, hello, Colin. And remember, that's one of the things you can do on Patreon as well is write in to the various shows on the various threads on the newsfeed. He says, I wanted to let you know that you have already ruined my Christmas. I listened to this show and Knockback so much around the house that my wife has started referring to you and the boys as Uncle Colin and Uncle Dagan and cousins Chris and Dustin. How do you guys feel about that before I even go any further? You like that?
Yeah.
Cousins Chris and cousin Chris, cousin Dustin?
Sure.
When she heard about the LSM store, she knew what she had to do. What she didn't expect was how quick and prompt the package would be shipped and delivered. She ordered the package on a Wednesday, thinking it would take a better part of a week for it to be delivered. So when I went to grab the mail on Saturday and found a nice blue package from LSM, her heart dropped. I told her I will still wait for Christmas, but she was convinced the surprise was ruined and let me open it. While I am loving the shirt and magnet she ordered, she'll have nothing for me to unwrap for Christmas. I don't know what Amazon warehouse-like conditions you have Micah working in, but it works. The thank you card is a nice touch too. Thanks for everything. Glad that you got it. Sorry, Micah's on point. I mean, I think Micah has an interesting background because she, went through her normal secondary schooling like we all do, but then she has kind of like a machinist background, which a lot of people don't know. She is like really into, like the factory side of big machines and making them work and all that kind of stuff and being handy, the antithesis of me. And then she ended up in IT, which is an even stranger thing. And now, so she's found different ways to make a living and different talents. But I think that the shopkeep is maybe the best talent she's found so far. And I feel like it might be inspired by all of the buying she has done in the various video games. Think about it. We're always buying things. You know, the JRPG shops, they're always well stocked. Why wouldn't our store also be stocked? I play Trails of Cold Steel. They got what I need. Well, we're going to have what you need too, including an all new sticker I'm really excited about. So yeah, keep an eye out for Black Friday. Very exciting. LastDayMedia.store. And Jay Reese, I'm sorry. Jay Reese Bear, I'm sorry that your holiday is ruined. What else do we have here? Oh, yes. Keith Huntington wrote in. This is just a PSA, because a lot of people write in about this stuff, especially they DM about this. Good day. This will more or less be a comment, question, concern. And I figured I'd ask here rather than a DM because many others in the audience may be curious. You are right. They are. Watching The Last of Us 2 Revisited episode, so that's the one that Micah and I did. I was wondering where all of Colin's game dev shirts came from. I liked the Housemark shirt and went to their page, but no merch. And there's been many times he's worn a dev studio shirt, and I'm like, I like that shirt, but again, the studio has no merch. Were these mostly freebies from the IGN days, or am I just not looking in the right place? Thanks again for the great content. I get a lot of my shirts made custom. That's why you can't find them. So you can do it yourself too. I mean, I'm not saying it's like, oh, like I have this mystifying power. We find high res versions of these different things. I have a friend that listens to the show, and he makes the shirts $20 a pop for your boy Colin M.
They're very nice shirts.
They are. They're really nice.
That's where the stand down hoodie comes from.
Yeah, he made those as a surprise for us, which was nice. We should get those.
We definitely want to do them. I want to get the essentials out, you know, and then so probably I would think early next year around.
Yeah, that would be cool. So
stand down.
So yeah, like when you see my Gorilla shirt, Housemark, Naughty Dog, Astra, like all Wonka, all those various shirts, my Initech shirt, I had my Crimson Guard shirt, everything. I got them all made custom, but you can do the same. And I highly recommend it. I love graphic tees. I've always loved graphic tees. I don't even own any plain tees, I don't think, to be honest. And I always feel like I should buy them because I'm 38 and I should be an adult. But for some reason, I just feel like you have this real estate, this beautiful bird chest. You might as well, in this case, the Human Fund. There's our Seinfeld reference for.
That's awesome.
There's our Seinfeld reference.
I didn't notice it because the resolution's so damn low.
Yeah, though our resolution when we record is horrible. But yeah, this is a sign, the Human Fund, which was George Costanza's fake fund that he would give Christmas presents to in the name of. So people enjoy those references. I'm so glad to hear it. What else? Oh, Clips channel. How are we doing over there?
Good. Go check it out. Sacred Symbols Clips. Subscribe. Watch the clips all the way through. Or don't. I don't know. We got one this week on the ICE conversation from last week. We're trying out some fun ones. A lot of people, what do you guys think about YouTube Shorts? In fact, I should ask this to Chris because a lot of people are saying we should do some YouTube Shorts on the Clips channel. Those require a little extra editing to make sure they're appropriate for the format, but I'm not sure about the viability, you know?
Yeah. So YouTube Shorts, I've been kind of toying around with them on my channel. I've just been like clipping funny sections from previous videos and just started throwing them up. And they do, for whatever reason, hit the algorithm differently. I think it's probably worth it, to be honest, but they don't have to be super long. Like I would recommend like maybe like even just something like 20 to 30, maybe even like no more than a minute max. Just some clip of the show that's a little bit more, one of the more absurd moments, I think.
That's what I was thinking. It has to be a funny moment.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, those are plentiful. At least I think. So maybe not.
More sad and depressing than authentically funny. I don't know. Perhaps it seems like we've gotten people into car accidents for being so funny, but it's hard to believe.
Ruining Christmas. Now on the list. Add that.
Micah's sheer efficiency ruined Christmas. Can you believe that?
Damn.
Talk about just unexpected consequences, unintended consequences. All right, so go check out the Clips channel if you want. Leave us nice reviews on iTunes and all the rest. Follow us on the regular YouTube channel if you'd like. Of course, Patreon, like we said. And finally, Last Stand Live in Houston, Texas, February 24th. The most overrated games of all time. The entire Last Stand Media family will be there, including Cog, including Maddie, the three of us, of course, Dagan, Ben, Micah, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Tickets are already on sale on Patreon, so if you're a patron, you can go check that out. I think we sold about 350-ish tickets so far, which is crazy and awesome. The tickets will go on sale for everyone. So that's only out of our patrons. The tickets will go on sale for everyone on November 21st. And I imagine we're going to sell out. I don't know.
I was going to suggest to people, we like people just dipping their toes into Patreon. If you really want to make sure you get a ticket and get a good seat, sign up for $1 and then get your ticket. And hopefully when you're there, you'll be impressed with the amount of content that you'll get for just $1 and you'll stay. But if you don't, that's fine. But that's the best way to secure your seat in advance.
Indeed.
So,
and by the way, the dollar tier, I never really pimped the dollar tier because the reality is our $5 tier on Patreon per month is by far the most popular tier. And that's what most people come in at and stay at. There's a lot of roving at the $1 and $2 tiers. People come in and go, which is cool. And that's totally fine. But I think just to be clear, when you come in at those different tiers, you get the whole back catalog of everything. Yeah. So it's not just like the things current and going forward. So like you literally will get, I don't know how many. We've surpassed the many. I think we're past 229 episodes on Sacred Symbols Plus. Mm-hmm. Only a quarter of those have ever been made free. So all the rest. So yeah, come over there. I feel like I'm pushing hard right now. I don't really know why, because I know times are tough. So I feel like this is the worst time to be asking people for anything. But nonetheless,
sure.
If you like what we do, please check it out.
Speaking of that, though, Colin, I have one other detail that I want to make sure we talk about with the tickets for Texas. A lot of people have already bought tickets, and they bought them in a scramble in order to make sure that they got a good seat, which is totally understandable. But there is also exclusive merch for the event. We have a T-shirt available that's super awesome. You can see it on the event page along with a poster. If you'd like to buy either one of those items, you can buy them with your ticket, or if you already bought it, you can go back to the merch site or the ticketing site and buy those afterwards. And you'll just pick them up at the venue because both of those items will be available at the event, but in limited quantity. So if you want to make sure you get one, go ahead, get it in advance. We'll get it ready for you. It'll be hanging out right when you pick it up.
Yeah, no doubt. And we'll have the other classics there as well. Yes. We learned a lot from doing merch at the show in Richmond. As I wrote in the piece when we were announcing the show, we drastically underestimated demand for the shirt for the event and drastically overestimated demand for the poster for the event.
Yeah.
So this is a way for us to calibrate, because that wasn't really a big deal because they could all just go back to my house. But we're not going to have proximity to my house in Texas, at least not that I know of. Okay, let's get into some comments from the audience, some smaller news items as we always do. Let's roll into it. Much to talk about. Couple corrections at the top. Trevor Myers wrote in. He says, "Hey, CDC. Last week, Colin said it was Aristotle that got in the bathtub and noticed the displacement of the water when it was actually Archimedes. So I want to, before I even go any further, I knew that immediately when I said that. I'm like, that's not true. That's not right. Aristotle's a philosopher, but Archimedes, of course, more of a mathematician. But he says he used that discovery to determine whether or not a gold crown was actually made of gold by placing the crown in the water, seeing how much the water would rise, and then putting real gold in the water to see if the water rose by the same amount. Give the chicken a rest and switch to turkey for the holidays." I might just do that. Thank you, Trevor, for writing in. Definitely a good correction. Second correction from 2 weeks ago, Logan Sweets wrote in, said, "Hello, CDC. Quick correction. In a previous episode, you stated that Spider-Man was given away for free to people and that the only way to play Spider-Man on PS5 was through pre-ordering Miles Morales. However, this is incorrect. To gain access to Spider-Man Remastered, you had to buy the Ultimate Edition of Miles Morales, which was $20 more than the base game." Fair enough. Totally forgot about that. Correction taken. Thank you so much. Alex Watson wrote in on Patreon. He says, "Hey, gents, I have a gripe to hash out with Colin. As an accountant myself and someone who prepares SEC filings for a living, I'm sick and tired of you belittling us so-called bean counters. You say the phrase often with such clear contempt and disgust in your voice. What have us accountants done to you to earn such a vile response?" I don't know. You're totally right. I think that artsy-fartsy people, kind of like me, have some level of inherent contempt for the people that determine at companies whether our art happens or not. That's, of course, the nature of capitalism. So it's nothing to really quite be upset about. But nonetheless, I'm just messing around. I know a lot of nice bean counters. Our accountant's really great. Our business's accountant is one of the most important people that does anything for us. Dustin, do you hate accountants?
I have no feelings towards accountants at all. Actually, it's probably feeling of they're much more they have a superior intellect to me, especially when it comes to numbers, because I can manage my own money, and that's just about the extent of it. When we start getting into like percentages and interest rates and loans, that's when the real thinking happens, and that's not me.
Yeah, that's for the. I used to use TurboTax, which is totally awesome.
Mhm.
And I just can't use that anymore because my taxes are just way too complicated now with the businesses and all of that. I miss that because before that, I had never really interacted with an accountant. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but they do cost a lot of money if they're good. Chris, do you hate accountants?
No, I have no feelings. I think it's more jealous, that I can't just do that. Like it's infuriating. So yeah, you know what? Fuck them.
Yeah, fair enough. There is something annoying about, because we're kind of wrapping it all up into like tax accountants and stuff. He's doing SEC filings to a bunch of different kinds of accountants, of course. So we're kidding around, but it does annoy me that there is this mystified knowledge around taxes. And it's really, I think, endemic to the United States. I don't think it's like this in other places. I wonder if people know this. And I know this is like a joke that some comedians have done that I've seen over time as well, but we basically have to guess how much we owe. And then the government tells us if we're right or not.
Yeah.
That's
and
how
if you're wrong.
goes.
If you're wrong, they'll throw you in a fucking box. It's really not. It's not good at all. Like the system we have, it's really stupid.
I pay as a business owner, I pay quarterly estimated taxes based on what I think I'm going to owe. And then we kind of do the math at the end, and maybe I get a little bit, maybe they should, but then they can come back at any time and say like, no, your math was wrong. Don't you see? And we have to just kind of believe it.
Yeah.
And it's like, couldn't you just tell me this?
Isn't it true that they could, but there's a lot of lobbying from companies like TurboTax to make sure it stays as hard as possible?
Definitely. No, it's definitely the Intuit, the TurboTax lobby, like those people like are major lobbyists. And keep it mystified. It is annoying because wouldn't it be cool if they just told, it's so agita inducing, especially as the business gets bigger and bigger and there's just more and more money to deal with, that people are going in and out of the door and we have people to pay. And it's a lot, man. It's a lot of things that we have to, I am paranoid about it because I'm like, are we all set? Everything wrapped up. I'm very persnickety, and it preys on people like me, I think. And then I think there are people that just don't give a fuck and then nothing happens to them anyway.
Yeah, that's what's frustrating because you don't have that kind of luck.
Right,
you know?
exactly.
No,
exactly.
Like, definitely not.
There's no doubt about that. Yeah, there's a dude running some contractor in Wyoming right now, hasn't paid taxes in 35 years.
Yeah.
And he's just like, whatever, man. And then I'm all wrapped up and they're like, sir, you owe us 10 cents. Didn't you know that?
Oh,
here's where your math is wrong.
You were 10 cents short, so your family will never hear from you now. We're gonna throw you in a gulag.
It's too bad Halliburton doesn't make more bombs that should drop on the IRS. Am I allowed to say that? I don't think I should say that.
Probably not. We should probably edit that out.
All right, let's move on.
God bless.
I want to be clear. Halliburton don't drop bombs on the IRS. They're not. They wouldn't do that might. Anyway. There's not enough Arab people working at the IRS for them to drop any bombs.
Oh!
Catman 20. I'm going in right now. I don't know why. I feel good. I feel good.
Good.
Let's be honest about it. We drop bombs on people for no reason.
Yeah. That's like
I'm going to point it out.
That's like that scam that happened recently where or like people were impersonating these companies on Twitter and they lost like millions of dollars because what was it, that company that was like insulin's free now?
Yeah, Lilly something.
Yeah, Ellie or something. And then that company had to be like, no. we would never do something so nice. So it's like the correction like reinforces that they're a terrible. Or I love it. God tier trolling.
Totally. And IRS versus Halliburton, I'll see it. I'd like to see it. See what happens. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know what that risk game looks like. But I don't even know what we're talking about. Let me look at what's going on next here on the list. Oh, Gatman 20XX, he wrote in and said, "Hey guys, I've been frequently having my 1.5-year-old son Oliver listen to your podcast on our rides to the grocery stores to get him accustomed to the English language faster. The other day I decided to play your podcast on YouTube. He recognizes your voices, pointed at the screen, and proceeded to sit down and watch. In addition to knowing what stand down means, he now knows y'all's voices. So my question to our benevolent dictator Colin is, when is the appropriate age to join the Gamer Battalion? What would be a respectable company name for some of the most feared squads in the battalion? Thanks for all that you guys do. I love that question." That second question is awesome. I have no idea. We should have people make, because I don't know if I've showed it on this show. I think I probably have. people that are in the military sometimes send our PO box their unit patches, and this is a unit patch actually from the Space Force, which is awesome.
Oh, cool.
And they're always so cool. And so we could make our own unique units in the Gamer Battalion, but I wanted to be clear, Gatman, this is America. Give that little kid a gun and get him in the Gamer Battalion. I mean, I don't know what.
Yeah.
What I don't even understand the question. It feels like a trap in my mind.
I think that here's the question. I'm just wondering, like, was there a moment about, I don't know, 10 minutes ago where his kid was like, "Hey, Dad, what's a resting bitch face?" From hearing me say that? I mean, who knows the number of just ungodly things that we've just fed directly into a 1.5-year-old.
He's gonna hate accountants before he even understands what it is, what one is. Well, first of all, I want to say that the idea of patches and like logos for patches and like different battalions, that's sick. That's like a great merch idea.
Dude, yeah, Gamer Battalion merch.
Yeah, like
logo.
Yeah, just like patches for different like company logos. I think that's dope. But I will say, I might be outvoted on this, but no squeakers in the Gamer Battalion. You gotta be at least of driving age, I think.
Fair
we can't
enough.
have that. We can't have like there's a man behind cover. We can't have that.
Oh yeah.
Have that.
Here's the thing though, Chris. They could be their own unit, like a secret unit.
A squeaker unit.
Dude, the squeaker unit is who you send against your worst enemies because they hear them on Call of Duty or something like that. They instantly want to die. At least when I hear a squeaker when I'm playing Call of Duty or something, you don't want to be a part of the game anymore. Maybe your rage from hearing it causes you to play worse. I'm just saying,
it's a good tactic. Yeah. It's funny though because I'm joking obviously, but I think it's funny because we were all squeakers at some point.
Sure.
At least me and Dustin, because we were young around the time of like voice chat. So
dude, Halo 2.
Yeah, Halo 2 and Call of Duty Modern, even Call of Duty 4, I think earlier. I probably had like a higher voice back then. So it's like the idea of full-grown men listening to that, like me just screaming over the mic, is so funny now, retrospectively. Like it's amazing.
I don't want to get too extreme, but squeakers as suicide bombers?
That would be a discussion.
I don't know if we use those kinds of techniques in the Gamer Battalion. We might. Anything to win.
Yeah.
We'll do anything to win.
Guerrilla warfare.
Just guerrilla warfare, nuclear warfare, limited nuclear warfare, kinetic warfare.
Just a battalion of 12 children armed with white phosphorus grenades and and false white flags.
I feel like this episode has gotten so inappropriate already. Talking about Halliburton dropping bombs on Arab people at the IRS.
Yeah.
Can't.
It's good to reiterate, I guess.
Yeah, to reiterate it.
Yeah.
Should we move on?
All right. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Feels and their excellent CBD products, which you can investigate for yourself at feels.com/symbols. If there's one thing I can say about CBD, it's that it's not nearly as intimidating as it seems. CBD, which stands for cannabidiol, comes from the marijuana plant. Now, you may be saying to yourself, hold it, Cheech, I'm not looking for a good time. Well, I don't know how much you listen to the show, but neither am I. Instead, what I'm attempting to open your mind up to are the many therapeutic uses behind CBD and how, with Feels' CBD, you can begin feeling better with due haste. With Feels CBD, which comes in a small vial discreetly shipped to your home, you can alleviate a day's physical aches and pains, lessen anxiety and stress, and even lull yourself into a sounder sleep. Now, I've used a lot of marijuana products in my life and a lot of CBD. I know what works and what doesn't, and I know who has the good stuff and who lacks it. Feels is the real deal, which is why they've been a sponsor of Sacred Symbols since near the very beginning of our show. I believe in the brand, I know it works because I've used it many times, and I know that it can help you too, all without any hangover or addiction. CBD doesn't work like that. It's not out to wreck your body. It's instead out to relax it. When I'm feeling stressed out, I sometimes take a few drops of Feels, put it under my tongue, and wait for its positive effects. And if you prefer CBD on the go, Feels' CBD mints may be more your speed. Either way, with a Feels membership, you can always be readily supplied with plenty of CBD for daily, sometimes or even just occasional use. Now, I understand this can all be intimidating, and that makes sense. It's not every day you're confronted with a man hawking you marijuana products. That's why I encourage you to take advantage of Feels' helpline, staffed by real people that can answer all of your questions at an expert level, leading you to the products and dosages that make the most sense for you. My friends, it's time to start feeling better with Feels. Become a member today by going to feels.com/symbols. That's feals.com/SYMBOLS. And you'll get 40% off your first 3 months with free shipping. That's feels.com/symbols to become a member and get 40% automatically taken off your first 3 months with free shipping. Again, to feel better the all-natural way, head to feels.com/symbols. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Private Internet Access, a trusted VPN with worldwide implications that you can learn more about at piavpn.com/sacred. So as you know, I'm the host of a renowned video game podcast. You're listening to it right now. And one of the perks of running such a show is its global reach. Not only do we cover and play products from all over the world, we have a global audience too. And this gives us tantalizing insight into the unique entertainment flavors from all corners of the globe. With Private Internet Access, a VPN or virtual private network used by 30 million people and counting, you can easily tap into various international markets by tricking your network into thinking it's somewhere else, and the results can pay dividends. We're all weebs here, right? This is Sacred Symbols after all, and we all know that Japan has some amazing offerings, particularly in the realm of anime, where streaming services offer a different and unique set of shows and movies. Well, using Private Internet Access, you can simply adjust your settings so that your internet connection acts as if it's in Japan, and boom, their domestic market is yours for the taking. It works with all major streaming services you can think of, and it functions fully in 80 countries around the world, including here in the good old USA, where you can use Private Internet Access in all 50 states. Setting up your Private Internet Access VPN is as easy as using their native app, a version of which is available for phones, tablets, smart TVs, and more, and up to 10 devices can be logged in at one time so you can spread the wealth. I'm going to be totally honest with you. I've used VPNs before to watch American sports when I'm overseas, and I've used VPNs here in America to circumvent the geo wall around content I've wanted to watch and listen to. It's not as complex as you may think, quite the opposite. Even if your Luddite host of Sacred Symbols can understand it, that's me, you can too. So if you want to enjoy all the benefits of Private Internet Access, now is the time to subscribe. Head to piavpn.com/sacred. Again, that's piavpn.com/sacred, and get an 83% discount. Seriously, 83%. That's just $2.03 a month. And you also get 4 extra months completely for free. But you must go to piavpn.com/sacred for a truly digital life. One last time, head to piavpn.com/sacred today. Daniel Callahan wrote in, said, this past weekend, my 8-year-old nephew was over my house and challenged me to a game of Madden. I don't normally play sports games, but he talked a big game, so I accepted his challenge. I ended up destroying him. It was a massacre. By the time I scored my 4th touchdown, he was so sad he could have cried. Each subsequent touchdown only further upset him and led to him calling me out for being unfair. By the time I got my 8th touchdown, he was dead silent, accepting his defeat. The final score was 56-0. Am I an asshole for showing him no mercy? Should I have let him score some points to make him feel better? No. You kidding? You said he challenged you. Now, I'm going to tell you a story about my brother's kid, Graydon. Good kid. Loves video games. Loves old school video games. He also loves chess. I think he's in 6th grade now, 7th grade, something like that. And a few years ago, I went to Dagan's house when we were recording Knockback, and before school, he had heard that I had liked chess. I got in really early, and so he sat down to play me in a game of chess. And he was really confident and had a lot of bravado, was moving his pieces with real confidence. I fucking destroyed him. I'm not going to let this little kid just sit here and own me in a game of chess, thinking he's going to come in here. And I remember it so clearly, mating him, because he didn't even see it. He tried to move his piece afterwards, and I'm like, no, it's done. It's done. I'm 33 and I beat you, little kid. Don't ever challenge me in chess again. And so, Daniel, I think that you've invoked the same spirit that I invoked, and so I feel like there is no shame in taking the kid who challenged you and showing him how to play Madden like a man.
Yeah.
Any comments?
I accept that. I think generally, if someone first of all, if someone challenges you, like, there's no reason to hold back in any way. It's like the whole point of a challenge, right? But I have I think there's a word for it, where you pretend to be worse early on, and then you oh my god, what's
like rope-a-dope? Is that what it is? That
no, it's oh god, there's like a term that I knew once, but it was
sandbagging.
Maybe I don't think that was it either. But it was I would do that a lot with like games that I was specific, that I knew that there was very little chance that somebody that I was playing against in person anyway would be because online it's like of course you're gonna be, if there's like any reasonable ranking system in any video game, or if you have the entire litter of the world to choose from, yeah, you're in all likelihood you're gonna run into people better than you kind of all the time. But in person, like the limited scope of people that you're running with, I'm definitely the only person that I know physically, corporeally, who is as good at Crash Team Racing as I am. You know, there's not a single person that I know who can fucking best me at that, like, at all. So when I would challenge people to it, or when I would have people like, hey, come over, let's play Crash Team Racing, I would lose on purpose a couple times just so they'd be willing to play. Because no one that knew how good I was would bother playing with me, because they were like, you can't.
So it's a hustle. It's a hustle.
It's a hustle, yeah. Hustling,
yeah.
I think it's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Like pool hustling, dart hustling. Yeah.
It's like, oh, I guess I just don't know how to get I guess I just can't play pool. And then
you start driving in the wrong direction. Oh,
yeah, I guess I can't drive. I guess I'll just go this way on the Taconic instead.
Can I compliment you on something, Chris? The use of the word corporeal. I like that word. It's a good one.
Yeah.
Just wanted to compliment you on that.
Didn't literally make sense in that context, but it got the job done.
Sure. I think it does. Okay. Dustin, anything to add about this? Just absolute hammering 56-0 and this almost NCAA football like score.
Yeah, no, I think this is great. I've had this situation with little cousins, and even Ben's kids have challenged me to Super Smash Brothers on the occasion, and they're actually pretty good. At least one of them. The older one is decent. He's beaten me a few times, but pretty consistently, no mercy at all. And that's why he's able to, do well against when he does challenge people, is that he has people that actually, break him down, make him better at the game. And so, no mercy for kids pretty much ever, actually, I think. Video games are not mercy for children.
Yeah,
okay?
that is what made me want to get good at shooters when I was young. Was playing with my cousins and they would destroy me, and I was like, how is this possible? How are they this like? And I was like, I got obsessive about it, and that makes you better. Maybe not a better person. It probably makes you a worse person, but it definitely makes you better at video games.
Yeah, that's all we're talking about. Listen, that's all we're talking about here is that particular thing. Now, it's worth knowing, Graydon, if you're listening to this, you're probably not. I know your dad sometimes listens to this show, so maybe you're in the car together, maybe you're listening to this. I fucking dare you to challenge me again in chess and see what happens. I will break out the Berlin defense on you. I will break you. Okay? Love you. See you soon for Thanksgiving. What the hell? Guys, you want a serious one? This is a real serious one.
Let's do it.
Sean McGuire wrote in. Said, around the time this podcast first started, I wrote in about a girl named Amanda and how I pushed her away and blamed her for leaving. Well, like we connected dots with the dude shitting his pants on a date and whatever, I thought I'd send in my own. She got engaged last week. My friend showed me the Instagram post. Me? I bounced around relationships over the years, but nothing stuck like she did. I wonder sometimes what takes more courage, to love others or to let yourself be loved. Part of me thinks that if I had gone with her to Chicago, it would have all been different. But I think deep down I know it's not true. I turned 30 this year and I still think about her. I guess I just thought there was too much cheerfulness on this podcast. I like thinking of Colin or Micah or Dustin and Haley. Oh, good old Haley.
Good old Haley.
For everyone else, don't make my mistake. I blinked and it was 5 years. I don't think we have as long as we think we do. We certainly don't.
Man.
Chris, where's your mind at right now after hearing that?
That's depressing. I don't know. This is such a drastic tone from Halliburton and child battalions. This needs like I need to recalibrate for like a second.
Yeah,
because that was a lot.
I just wanted to throw it in there. I thought it was a very heartfelt message from Sean McGuire about a wistful kind of hope. Here's what I'll say about this. Dustin, and I'll throw it over to you. Is
sure.
And you could tell me about Haley, your guys' love affair is. I would have never found Micah if I didn't go through some serious nonsense on multiple occasions. throughout my life that sent me on this ping pong path to where Micah and I collided.
Yeah.
I don't think you can. Let me back up. There are women in my past that I walked away from, and there are women that walked away from me. I think that in both cases, those were the right decisions for everyone involved because it got me to this point. I think you just haven't reached your arc yet. That's all. You have to give yourself time. You're talking about we don't have to have as long as we think we do. We definitely don't. Dagan and I got really deep into that about the song Time on 1973's Dark Side of the Moon when we did that episode recently on Knockback. And we're talking all about the meaning of that song and how the meaning of that song only became clear to us when we became older. And it's true. It's all true. Shit slips through your fingers every day. But the big real arcs through life that bring us happiness, family, jobs, friendships, and all that, that takes time to materialize. And things only materialize when you're set forth on a path relinquished from things that would tie you back from before. So the only way you're going to experience those new things is by not being with this person. Just because she got engaged, that might be her path. She might also still be on the wrong path. But think about it. When I think, and I don't think about them very often, honestly, but anymore. But I think about some of the girls I walked away from in the past, some of the women I walked away from in the past. I'm thrilled that they have moved on. A couple of them are married. They have kids. It's like, yes, we were wrong for each other. I think the only reason you don't see that right now is because she has moved on in quotes first. But you will see it. You just have to give yourself time, my friend. That's it.
Right. I think the thing about dating that wasn't clear to me initially, but was later on, was dating is as much learning about someone else as it is learning something about yourself. You learn a lot about yourself when you date people, and it can definitely be difficult to have the feeling of like the one that got away, right? But the reality is I don't know. There's a lot of women out there, and a lot of them that will be compatible. I think there's a bit of a like Hollywood fascination of this idea of the one. Like there's only one person out there, and it's not true. So yeah, I can understand feeling upset, but just remember is that take what you've learned about yourself through the different relationships and what works and what doesn't work. And you can't just, it's okay to feel sad, feel those feelings, but there's also a time where you got to push yourself to move on.
All right. Very serious, very somber. But I thought that would be an interesting thing to bring up because I'm feeling very human lately in terms, I am human, but on the show, in terms of there just seems to be a vibe amongst society right now in all facets that just seems dire and tired and beaten up and downtrodden. I think everyone's feeling it. That's why I wanted to bring it up, I guess. I guess that's what I'm feeling in my own heart. Feels relevant. We like to be funny and silly on our show and will be, but don't wallow too much. Like Dustin said, allow yourselves to feel feelings, but take the agency and move forward because really you're the only person who can change your outcome, at the end of the day. So good luck to you. I promise you things will get better. Dude, I was in such bad shape on a few occasions in my life, emotionally.
Oh yeah.
Holy moly. I'm 38. I've gone through a lot, It's just human. There's nothing wrong with it. All right. Dexter Wallingsford wrote in. He says, "Hey, Sacred Redacted, I have a bit of an ethical quandary for you. I have a rather steep pet deposit and subsequent pet rent every month due for the apartment I'm about to move into, $700 and $50 monthly, respectively. I think it sucks that they're charging you for the pet to be there monthly. Yeah. I can understand a pet deposit. However, after visiting the office and the leasing agent to clear something else up, the leasing agent said to me, service dogs are free, right? To which I replied, oh, but, and she said completely free. She said it before I can even finish my sentence. So my question is, do I lie and say that my dogs are service dogs to save myself nearly $1,000 over the next year? Does the leasing agent tell this bit of information to everyone? Would I be stupid not to do this? I mean, come on. She's telling you.
It sounds to me like she's trying to prod, like, hey, by the way, it's free if it's a service dog. It sounds like one of those like wink, wink, nudge, nudge kind of things. That's what it sounds like to me anyway. We don't know the tone at which this was said, but to interrupt you, be like completely free. Seems like it's indicating something.
I agree. What do you think, Dustin?
I don't know. I feel like I need to know more just because it's like, who does she report to? What if she gets in trouble and then you get slapped with a fine or, I mean, even a lawsuit or something if it finds out that you've been lying about your contract on your lease? That seems like a big risk. And don't get me wrong, $1,000 over a year is no small amount of money.
Especially now.
700 plus 50 monthly. That's no small amount, but I would be weary to take that risk.
I would not. I would do it. I would absolutely do it. I have no problem. Like the amount of, if you, especially like if you are what is this? This is for a house or an apartment that you're renting.
Yeah,
they are scamming you constantly. So I have no fucking issue doing that. Absolutely.
Yeah,
$1,000 for your pet, as if your pet's working at fucking Halliburton making money and helping you pay the rent.
Man, everything's coming back to the fucking defense industry today. I don't know about that. It's very interesting. This is where our minds are at right now.
Yeah, it's where I don't know, man. Like I think that's such a scam. Like the idea that's like, oh, 50 your pet costs exactly $50 a month to live with you. It's like, what is that? This is why everybody is in a bad shape, by the way. It's like, oh, we're going to nickel and dime you for having a pet. Oh, it costs like $8,000 or like $15,000 to hold your baby in the hospital. Such a fucking crazy. This is such an insane world that we've set up. It makes no sense to me.
Yeah, it's I think my answer would also be predicated on, is it a corporate landlord or a mom and pop landlord? Because I think having lived in a corporate landlord structure in Santa Monica, I hate those people.
Yeah.
Like the buildings are really nice, but they're just such fucking assholes, you know? And
it's not even that the buildings are really nice. The buildings are facaded very nicely. It's like, ooh, look at this nice. Doesn't it look nice? And then you scrape the paint off the wall and there's like black mold under the paint or something. That happened in one of the apartments I was living in a couple of years ago. I was like, this is hilarious. They didn't even fix this. They just painted over mold.
But I'm a little more sympathetic because in San Francisco, as old listeners will remember, my landlord was a Chinese guy called and he was first generation Chinese, so just off the boat Chinese, named Johnson. And the reason I'm telling you that he's off the boat Chinese is because clearly his name wasn't really Johnson. That was the name he chose for himself, which I thought was hysterical, his first name. And he lived above me and he owned the building I lived in. I lived there for 8 years. And I wouldn't do that to him because I knew him. He was prickly but nice. We had a relationship and a rapport. So I wouldn't take advantage of him. But I would definitely take advantage of some of these people that I, had to deal with in Santa Monica, charge you an arm and a leg for nothing.
Yeah, corporate landlords are I have never once considered the feelings of a corporate landlord. And I will never again. I will never. It's like the safest type of person to just write off entirely.
Indeed.
Hate those people.
Indeed. Accountants are feeling a lot better about themselves now. Someone's going to call right and be like, I'm a corporate landlord. That's fine. You're not. No corporate landlords are listening to this show because you are not the person at the company we're talking about. So don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Right. You would have to be sitting at BlackRock somewhere for me to be the person you're talking about. All right. Colin Kelly wrote in, it's time to get into the video game news now. We're getting in actually a little quicker than we usually do. It only took 45 minutes for us to get this far. Not even. Hey guys, I assume you'll talk about the Game Awards stuff, but was curious about your opinion on it. Is Nibel a creator debate? Frankly, I've always thought the Game Awards are a joke anyway, considering the little time actually spent on the awards, but was curious to hear your boys' take. Thanks and keep up the great work. Thanks for writing in. Colin, I don't know exactly how to say your name. I think it's Irish. There's actually an accent or like an accent of some sort over the A. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. That seems too confusing for me. So let's see here. Game Awards, I have no interest in talking about right now. We'll obviously cover it when it happens and we'll have the news of the announcements, but I don't care about any of the nominees, except for I did think it was funny that for nominee for Content Creator of the Year was this Nibel guy. This is so strange. Where is this love and outpouring coming from? It's an interesting account, but it could have been a computer doing that for all you know. I don't know. I don't get it. What did you guys think of seeing that?
he's not a creator. Like, I mean, I didn't dislike his Twitter account or anything. Like, I've definitely like used it on a couple of occasions. It's like, okay, there's interesting stuff here, but it's relaying things that are already there. It would be like, it would be as if it'd be like nominating Nightbot as best streamer. You know, it's just that little like robot that like kind of like moderates chat. It's like, no, it's useful and it's not valueless. You know, like it's definitely like a positive thing. And I do think it was a positive Twitter account. It was a positive account for the site, I think. But like, creator of the year, what? I
just think it's pretty goofy.
It is really fucking. It's tacky, is what it is. It's like, oh, this person left, so we're gonna throw him in here into a category that like makes no sense. Like, I mean, it doesn't make sense. Again, no problem with Nibel, but like this does not make sense. But it doesn't make sense in the same way that Sifu, nominated for best fighting game, makes sense. I saw that and I was like, that is ridiculous. I couldn't believe it. Was like, there is fighting. So fighting game, like it's like fucking Hodor is picking. I don't know. It's truly insane what's going on. This is by far the weirdest year for like nominations, and I granted it's a weird year in general because we basically started the year strong, and I would argue ended the year a little bit less than strong, but still pretty highly. But then in the middle, it was just kind of like random nothing. It wasn't like a consistently strong year or consistently weak year. So I get why it's like a weird setup this year. But Nibel and creator and Sifu is fighting game and just all these like little things. I'm like, what? I don't know who the hell is organizing this.
I also my major. I don't even want to say major. I really have no problems with the Video Game Awards because I don't really care. I mean, that's my honest answer. I don't think we have yet the Oscar facsimile for our industry. We might never have that. We might not need to replicate that. And there are other more meaningful awards, I think, even in our industry, like the DICE Awards and other that I know people are much happier to
BAFTA.
win. Yeah, the BAFTAs, obviously. Exactly. So, but I look at, part of me is like, the voting pool is pretty weak.
Yeah.
And I just feel like, what value do some of these brands really have to say about games as a whole? It seems to be very mainstream, which is totally fine. I guess my biggest problem I would have, if I want to say that, with the Video Game Awards, and I like Jeff Keighley a lot, is it is just very, very corporate. And I'm going to be keeping a close eye this year again on specifically how Tencent monetizes themselves through Level Infinite, because they basically ran the show last year and no one had a goddamn thing to say about that. And I think that is pernicious and strange. So that's, but generally speaking, I think it's cool. It's cool to celebrate games. I think there are going to be a lot of interesting announcements there. I think it might be substantial from that perspective, because I think there's a lot of pent up energy, and we'll certainly cover all of that on the show, but we're not going to cover the nominees and the winners and stuff, because I really don't care. Unless people have things to say, like the Sifu situation. I honestly don't even know who's been nominated for anything because I didn't look. So Dustin, do you have anything that you'd like to add?
The thing about the Nibel nomination, and there was a conversation about this in our Discord that I found really interesting, is that this word content, what does it even mean now? If you write a book, are you a content creator? If you sing a song in the park for people publicly, is that considered content? If you make tweets, are you a content creator? It just has no meaning at this point. I don't like, there are even Twitter accounts that I think you maybe could justify as being content creators. For example, there is a Twitter account I used to really like called Pop Tart a Day, and they would post a photoshopped version of Pop Tarts every day. And so it'd be like Crest toothpaste Pop Tarts, and it would like the disgusting looking Pop Tarts. I love that. I'm like, this actually is content, I guess you could say. But I don't know. It just seems weird that this definition has become so loose at this point. And I guess it would make sense, being that the internet is kind of just this amalgamation of really serious stuff and stuff that's totally not serious at all. So there's like this blurred lines about like what is entertainment, what isn't. I don't know. It seems weird. And I think Chris made a really good point about it. Like, would he have been nominated if he didn't go away?
No way. No chance in hell. It is The value that Twitter has is always kind of it's always been very confusing to me, because I remember back in the day, I don't remember if this was 2011 or 2012, but there was a show based on a Twitter account with William Shatner. It was called, I think, Shit My Dad Says.
That's right. That's right.
That Twitter account became a TV show. It didn't last long because it's not good.
I forgot about Shit My Dad Says.
Yeah, and that's a real. And even more recently, like Chicago Party Aunt or something was like an animated. It was like an animated series based off a Twitter account, and that was also terrible. So it's like Twitter is fine, but it is objectively a dump. You know, it's like the way that kids would like this. It's like a Stand By Me kind of like, oh, look at the body.
Yeah,
you know, that's what Twitter is. Twitter is not a live show or like a concert or like a museum or a movie theater or anything like that. It is, look at what I found in the dump. Look at this really old typewriter that like has blood on it, and it's and I don't know whose it is, but it's crazy. Like, what's the story? That's it. That's all it is. Like vague, flashed in the pans of interest, constantly supplied to you on a constantly never-ending refreshing feed, and that's it. And the idea that somebody could really create all that meaningful content on Twitter is insane. Like, it just doesn't happen. I think the best content creator, the best content creator on Twitter is Drill by like by a mile.
Yeah,
and even that is just kind of like, oh, those are funny words, kind of assembled in an amusing order. But that's it. That's all it is.
Yeah,
so it's crazy.
You're right. It is funny. It is an example of you miss things that, you know, like, you don't know what you have when you have it, kind of things in the living years. If you're a Mike and the Mechanics fan, for instance. But for me, I see this and I think it's kind of comical. I agree that the word content is loose and meaningless. I remember having this conversation all the way back at IGN because we were always talking about content. And I eventually embraced it because I understood the intent, but it was commodifying art in a way. It's like you talk about gold or iron ore. It's like, yeah, content. Yeah. Like you can trade for content futures on the NASDAQ and shit. Like it's not, we're about like 5 minutes away from that. It sounds like.
Yeah. And you can mine that for content. I've heard that before. I've heard that a million times. I remember I went through like a really traumatic thing, like in like the last like 2 years, and somebody was like, you can mine that for content. And I was like, what?
Oh my goodness.
Are you talking about? What's going on? People are sick, man.
It's really crazy out there in these content creation streets. But yeah. Well, I will say this. I have no problem with people finding value in that service, whatever he did. And it's, as I've said in the past, that I really do feel like when you have a Twitter account, like a viral Twitter account or something, you kind of have to embrace the altruism in it, I guess I'll say, in the sense that it's going to be, to your point, Chris, like hard to monetize, hard to segue. You might be able to make a little bit of money or do a thing. You have to make something bigger and deeper, I think, than just that baseline content to have any stickiness and any real value. And then how much work a person puts in or what the output is and the value of that is up to the individual. People can look at the show and be like, this show sucks. And I'd be like, okay, I mean, we do the best we can. I work really hard on it, but you might not like it, though it is content. And so, yeah, I totally understand the difference. And so in other words, value is just a perception thing. That's all it is. And people might have found his service more valuable than this podcast. I don't know how that's possible, but to each his own. Okay. What else do I have to talk about here? Oh, I wanted to ask you about this. And so did Jose A. Contra Raz, who wrote in and said, hi guys, I just pre-ordered my PSVR 2 and I have until February to decide if I want it. Sony has to convince me between now and next year to buy it. Are you guys day one buyers? So did we pre-order PSVR 2? Dustin, let's go to you first. Did you grab a PSVR 2?
Yes, I did. Initially, I made a funny tweet that I did not get an invite. I realized a few hours later that I did get an invite pretty early, actually. I just wasn't searching my email correctly for it. But yeah, I got it pre-ordered for the Horizon bundle. And it was weird. And we've talked about this before, so I don't want to repeat ourselves too much, but I was thinking about, like, really, would I be doing this it was in a different situation, and I really can't say that I would unless I was like super liquid or anything, just because this is again, it's not coming in, not talking about is it more expensive or less expensive than the last one, but it is a lot of money for what doesn't seem to be like a very strong launch lineup of games. And so early adopter stuff too is very risky. You never know how many, like if there's some kind of manufacturing flaw or whatever. It's been less common overall recently, but I mean, it's not unheard of that sometimes the early units can be well worse than the ones later on. So it was, I did pre-order. I'm sure I'm going to enjoy it when it's here, but I'm still just like Hose wrote in and said, I'm just not sure about what they can do to convince me to truly be excited and others as far as games.
Yeah, fair enough. How about you, Chris? Did you pre-order PSVR 2?
I didn't get my email, and I couldn't find it. So
I had to search
not yet.
PlayStation VR 2 and not PSVR 2
Are
in
you
my email.
serious?
Yep. That was it.
Let's see if I got it. Jesus Christ.
Classic.
Is it one word then? Like
PlayStation space VR 2.
Space 2?
Maybe not a space. I can't remember.
Oh my God.
God, how much email are you guys getting is really the
I'm getting a lot. I get a lot to be honest with you.
I am. Well, it would not surprise you that I get virtually no spam, because anytime I get spam, I just unsubscribe from it.
I didn't get it.
You might not have got it.
Bummer.
Damn.
Oh well.
Would you have pre-ordered it if you did?
I think I would have, but I didn't. It must have been they probably noticed like they saw my last name and it's like he's a minority.
Yeah.
That's what it is. I'm gonna blame everything on that.
We can't be selling a PSVR 2 to that boy.
That Mexican. I'm like, I'm not Mexican.
That Mexican boy is trying to buy a PSVR 2.
He's like smoking 2 cigars with like a really dimly lit.
It's Jim Ryan's evil voice.
Yeah.
That's my Southern man
sir,
voice.
why are you doing that voice?
Dude, my nephews love when I do that voice. Like, I don't know. They just think it's the funniest thing ever. I'm doing it to be as creepy as possible, personally. All right. Chris, I interrupted you. Did you want to say something?
Oh no, I would like to, but I guess I'm just gonna have to open it. Wait for it to open up to the. Is it open to the public or no? Is it you still need the?
I think you still, at the time we're recording, you still need to be invited, but then I think it does open, and I think retailers will have their own allotments as well. So I think you'll have. I don't know that there's much demand for this. Like, I think you'll have your ability to do it.
Yeah,
I was reading even that you could get like an on the fly sort of ad hoc style invite in the moment. I saw that people were doing that too. Like, you could get on some sort of list or in some sort of queue because they want to get rid of these things. And so I wouldn't be surprised if you were able to just get it from Amazon or something. And I also wouldn't be surprised if you got it quicker, because one of the things I noticed, and they reiterate, is that you're not necessarily getting this thing when it launches if you buy it from Sony. You're getting it maybe the week of. And this is now not a mitigating factor for me because it happens to come out during the week of the live show. So I'll be busy and indisposed anyway. I won't be able to play until we get back. Yeah. As for me, I did get it. And Pace wrote in, and his experience mirrored mine, actually. He says, hello, CDC. PSVR 2 pre-order day was awesome. The site had no lag or errors, and the checkout went well, and there were no complications. I clicked on my pre-order email invite link. To my surprise, it put me in a queue 20 minutes early. I waited for another 5 minutes. Then I was in the PS Direct store ordering my PSVR 2. I found many from the PSVR community with email invites all had a similar experience. This was by far the best online pre-order experience I have had yet. I hope you all had a similar experience. How did you guys fare? I dare you to say the word experience one more time. No, I'm only kidding. Don't. I think you only said it 3 times. Now, I had a very similar experience. My experience was even more snappy than yours, Pace, because I was sleeping in as I usually do. The email came in. I was like 2 hours late to the email. I went, sat down on my computer with my wallet, clicked on the link, and I just went right in and was able to pre-order it, pre-ordered the Horizon bundle, and I got the charging station or the docks. I don't know if they're charging stations, but the dock for it. That was what was available. Real snappy, got it, and that was it. So I have also pre-ordered my PSVR 2 and look forward to it. I have some sort of fantasy about this, though I doubt it's going to come true, is that the only game right now that really truly interests me is Horizon. And I feel like, could I potentially really keep up with PSVR 2? In a sense, can I play everything that truly intrigues me in a way that is totally impossible with PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5, where I see games come out every week that I just have to let go of? Nonetheless, long-term things that I'm like, there's just no way I can get to this. Could I play PSVR 2 in a more effective way? And that will be my challenge. And the answer is doubtful.
Colin,
I also wanted. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just want to bring up one interesting PSVR 2 detail I noticed relevant to some of our conversations on the show recently. I am pretty sure that there are no physical games for PSVR 2. There's no pre-order. All the games, the ones on the shop are obviously they're out there, but I was like, surely this Horizon game would be physical, but nope, looks like they're going all digital, which quite frankly makes sense because when you're in a VR headset, you really don't want to deal with a disc at all. But just an interesting thing to note, Sony ever pushing forward with their all digital.
Yeah, that is interesting. I didn't look into any of the other games because just based on what we've heard so far from both launch window and then further out games, there's just not a whole lot that intrigues me right now. We'll see. I know I'll play Horizon first. That's supposed to be what, 8 to 10 hours. So for old man Colin, that's gonna be like 12 hours. So that'll keep me busy for a moment, and then I can catch my breath from there. And we'll of course eagerly anticipate if Chris can get his hands on one. I assume, Chris, you will have no problem once Amazon or one of these others opens up, and I can help you. So just text me if you need me to try at one of the retailers when they go live. Okay.
Sure.
I also wanted to just note, as far as notable games that are going to be on PSVR 2, No Man's Sky will be ready for launch. And so I just wanted to state that. That's just one of those games that has gotten this serendipitous chance, let's say, to live again through VR, as if it's a totally new game. Now twice, because it's going to do it again on PSVR 2. So I know a lot of people are interested in that, and that will be an available thing as well. But I want to move on to this next thing, which just was put up today. And Chris, this one's all for you. Video Games Chronicle reports Ubisoft releases Splinter Cell remake art. We're aiming to create top tier remake. And so in the Splinter Cell 20th anniversary video that Ubisoft recently published, celebrating the 20th anniversary of the Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell franchise, they showed off some artwork and renderings from an upcoming Splinter Cell remake that we know is in the works. And this will be a remake of the original 2002 game. Not much to work on here otherwise. And they say, and this is according to Video Games Chronicle, Chris Audi said, quote, "It's not simply a remaster. It's being built from the ground up. We get to do all of the content from scratch, fresh and ready to go," end quote. So what do you think, Chris? Are you excited now that you've seen a little bit more about this thing that's actually going to happen?
I mean, the art looks cool, and Splinter Cell makes me happy. I love Splinter Cell, but at the same time, this is Ubisoft, and for whatever reason, maybe it's because Beyond Good and Evil 2 is still not out. Maybe it's because Prince of Persia: Sands of Time remake is just randomly just sitting there. Maybe it's because they make really confusing decisions on their free-to-play models, and then they announce games and then unannounce them, and then they're just thrown to the wind. I don't know. I don't know if I want to feel excited about this, despite how cool it looks, because I'm not all that convinced that it's even really happening. Ubisoft has a weird problem right now that I'm only recently starting to become more cognizant of, and it's the fact that they're the only publisher right now that I don't. There are other publishers and other developers that I don't trust, in the sense that when their game comes out, I don't trust that it's going to be 100% finished, and I'll wait for reviews. But Ubisoft is one where they will announce something and I don't trust that it's even real, or it's even really going to happen within a reasonable time frame. So it's hard for me to get excited about something as potentially cool as a Splinter Cell remaster or remake that looks this good and that utilizes all the accoutrements of modern hardware, when they can't seem to deliver on things that they've been promising for ages now. I mean, how long has Beyond Good and Evil 2 been in development? Did it surpass Duke Nukem Forever?
I think that was the whole news story recently, which is that I think from announcement, or I guess claimed pre-production period, to now would be longer than that.
So
I'll look real quick.
So yeah, I mean, I love Splinter Cell. I want a new Splinter Cell really badly. I think a remake would be amazing. That game played with lighting in such a fun way back in the early 2000s, and I feel like it would only look way better now. I feel like it would play a lot better now. I mean, it's exciting, but I don't believe that it's real. So until I see this game running in a capacity that's, definitely coming, and even then, we saw Beyond Good and Evil 2 running several times. and it's not real. So I don't know. Until we have a release date for this thing, I'm not paying it any attention. I love Splinter Cell. I love stealth games. Just got off of Plague Tale, loved it. Really excited about the prospect of playing Splinter Cell again, but I gotta wait until I know this thing is coming.
The story that I found here is from PC Gamer, written in early October of this year. And it says that Duke Nukem Forever's development lasted 5,156 days. And this is a current Guinness World Record for longest development period for a game. But that the distance between the first Beyond Good and Evil 2 trailer and at that time, early October, was about 100 days more. So it is officially the game longest in development. And Beyond Good and Evil 2's first trailer was from 2008. Wowzers. Crazy.
Dang.
Totally crazy.
Yeah.
That's when I was still, what is like a greenhorn, wet behind the ears as an IGN editor.
Yeah.
That's how long ago that was. That's craziness. And I have no desire for that game. I never did. I liked the original Beyond Good and Evil. I just never understood why we were so anticipatory of this sequel and why people are still anticipating it to this day. Mysterious to me.
Yeah. 2008, I was a sophomore, I think, in high school. That's crazy.
Yeah, 8th or 9th grade.
Dustin, do you have anything you want to add about Beyond Good and Evil? Or I'm sorry, about what were we talking about? Splinter Cell?
I hope this game is good, man. Bring back Spies versus Mercs.
Yeah.
Because that mode was fucking awesome. One of the best. But I would imagine they would. If they bring it back, I feel like that's essential, but I don't know. I keep being surprised things that should be essential in games.
I
or
know,
like when
I
they bring
know.
back games. Call of Duty is the biggest example right now of stuff that's like, oh, this has been in every Call of Duty game up until now, and then we just took it out. Like, we don't have time for it. We don't have time to do theater mode. We don't have time to do stat section. It's just, so hopefully they do that in Splinter Cell.
Well, they say here, Video Games Chronicle broke it down further. Quotes that I think will tantalize you, especially Chris, is from Xavier Porter, the associate level design director, says we're aiming to create this top tier remake and push quality as much as possible. And this should help us set a good foundation for the franchise going forward, end quote. So it looks like there's some sort of internal plan, obviously, to keep Splinter Cell going. And then it's also said, quote, we're very early in production. We're still prototyping. We don't want to rush anything. No shit. We want to make sure that we absolutely nail the game. We actually do everything in the right way and produce an absolutely stellar quality experience. And we will be going dark for a little while so we can focus on making the absolute best game possible. So we'll see.
Okay. Yeah.
We'll see.
I mean, we will see. I would love for this to be real. And hopefully it is, but I'm not getting my hopes up. I've been wanting a new Splinter Cell and been teased about a new Splinter Cell, by the way, for ages. And still nothing to show for it. And apparently they're still super early on this. So, when we eventually play this game in 2025, I'll be very excited. But until then,
I totally understand the skepticism. I don't think they've earned or bought anything else from the audience. And Ubisoft just has a kind of spotty record of these kinds of things. And you're right that the whole idea, and you brought it up, we talked about it a little bit last week, that the idea that the Indian Ubisoft studio finished the Prince of Persia game is like that. It got some sort of metadata attached to it on some sort of network and might have passed certification somewhere is fascinating. And that it's like the NBA Elite. I think that was what it was called, the EA games that would get canceled. And I've said before, at IGN, we actually had one of those games physical printed, like the printed retail version that they like basically threw away and never released. And that must be one of the most valuable games for the console. And so it's not totally uncommon to do that, even at big publishers, but it is fascinating when you just let someone go for so long and they just fuck it up. And it's not for nothing, but you can't just give the reins to support studios of games like this. I don't know what they don't get about that. But
Yeah. Also,
Yeah.
They got to hurry up with this because Michael Ironside's 72. He's an old boy.
yeah,
And
true enough.
Splinter Cell Blacklist didn't have him in it, and it was noticeable. I know you probably want to when you're remaking a game and you're trying to reboot a franchise, you probably don't want to stick with that same voice, but I don't know. Michael Ironside's a big part of Splinter Cell, so that'd be cool.
Don't worry, they'll use AI voice.
Oh yeah, that's right. We could just keep dead people alive in perpetuity in a digital prism.
Right.
God, it's such a terrifying world. When I was younger, I didn't think this would be the world.
Me neither.
It's really scary.
That's why those memes of like this is the world if, and it's always like that beautiful sparkling city of the future.
Yeah.
It is how everyone has seen the future for 100 years, and it's always been that way, and it's never been anything different than what it's always been. Yeah. It's so funny. It's fucked. All right. What else do we have here? Oh, Dan Excel wrote in and said, hey boys, where does Santa Monica Studios go from here? Ragnarok was a smashing success. So do they make more God of War, or do they move on to a new IP? Loving the podcast. Well, we're going to talk about God of War in a little while since we've all played it now. But I wanted to point people towards an LA Times article that's paywalled, but you can get through, just like the Washington Post, you can get through if you don't read the LA Times often, but just go to if you don't have a subscription, you can go to the Internet Archive and just find a copy there. But it's called Sony's Santa Monica Studio Continues to Lead with God of War Ragnarok by Todd Martens, who's, I guess, the LA Times game critic. This isn't an especially insightful article, I don't think. I don't think there's anything super duper interested in here. But what they do say is that, and this is according to Corey Barlog, who's the studio director, that, quote, they're spread out on a lot of different things, end quote. And so they're working on a bunch of new ideas and projects, maybe incubating things, and then everyone will kind of come forward and coalesce around one project once they figure out what it is. But we'll talk about God of War in a minute. But Dustin, let's go to you first. Is there anything you'd like to see out of Santa Monica? That we know God of War is, they say, by the way, that God of War could go on in this article and that they don't mind actually being referred to as the God of War studio. But I think it's clear, based on this being the second and final Norse game, that they are going to move on to something else. And it's kind of imperative, I think.
Yeah, I'm always going to be the one to push towards new IP in most situations. And I think that they're probably a bit cautious to do new IP since they were working on a new IP before God of War 2018. And that ended up getting canceled, didn't get off the ground. But clearly that studio has done a lot of really successful work in both God of War 2018 and now God of War Ragnarok. They've probably learned a lot, and I think it's time to give them another crack at it for sure. Clearly really, really good storytelling and mocap direction, just strictly speaking, in God of War and God of War Ragnarok. Like, that's probably one of the strongest aspects of those games, is the performances are just really, really strong, really believable characters. And so it would be really cool to see them be unleashed from God of War. Not that they've, done a bad job or anything like that, but something totally fresh. I'm always into new, fresh ideas.
Yeah.
What do you think, Chris? Do you have any idea of where you might want them to go next?
Anywhere else. I feel the same way that I feel about them in the same way that I feel about Naughty Dog, where it's just I want to see them do something different or noticeably different than what they've been doing, because I think they can. The strongest part of God of War is undoubtedly the presentation and the character work and the performances and without a doubt. But the combat's pretty damn good too, and it would be really cool to see them just sort of maybe focus on something a little bit more gameplay oriented, or maybe something sci-fi. I know they tried that before, or maybe something a lot more stylized. Like, I don't know. I'm all for these studios, kind of, especially for Santa Monica, who's been doing this for ages. So yeah, absolutely. I want to see something new from them.
Yeah, it's been a long time. Of course, their first game was not a God of War game; it was Kinetica. But everything after that was God of War from them, and they had a huge XDev second party imprint as well, and that's where Journey was incubated and all those other things. But as far as the studio itself, yeah, that is what they're known for, and it's interesting because they acknowledge in the LA Times piece the sci-fi game in some way that I reported on a long time ago, and that was widely known to have existed and potentially cost them upwards of $100 million before they cut it. And they came back from that and produced something really great. But I would be interested to see them spread their wings as well. And I think we will see that. And I also want to just note, based on this LA Times article, it's just a continuation of Sony and PlayStation's PR and marketing towards consumers being totally based on prestige pieces and articles, outlets, and not games media. They just don't talk to anyone anymore. The LA Times got the scoop. Back in the day, it would have been IGN or GameSpot or someone else, just like they talk to GQ, just like they'll talk to the Wall Street Journal or one of these other publications. So to see this float in the LA Times, I think made a lot of sense because Santa Monica is, of course, in Los Angeles, but also because I think it just shows that Sony just doesn't care very much about hitting up the smaller outlets, the smaller imprints these days.
Yeah.
All right. I saw this pop up, Crisis Core remake or whatever it is. It really looks like a remake to me, but I don't know what they're calling it. It's running at 4K 60 on PlayStation 5. Thought this was awesome news. Dustin, what do you think?
Dude, this game, what's funny about it is that I always, we knew it was coming out in December, which was exciting because we thought it might be early next year, but this is like the nice little surprise. It's not even a surprise, but it feels like it just because it's coming up so soon. It's just, we're preoccupied with other games like God of War and stuff like that. And so this game, I'm getting really, really excited just because I know that people love the original on PSP, and it looks like they've done a ton of really great remastering, remaking work to it. So this is exciting. This is a game I'm going to be day one, looking forward to it the day before for it to show up in the mail so I can start playing it.
What about you, Chris? Are you going to play Crisis Core when it comes out right before Christmas?
I don't know, but I will say 4K 60. Good. Mm-hmm. We should definitely be expecting this. I saw some news recently about Evil West that was really disappointing. That it's going to run at I think 60 1080p or something, and then 30 for every other resolution. It's so I'm going to be celebrating as many 4K 60.
Dude, even 1440p 60.
Yeah, 1440p I think is totally acceptable. I think it looks wonderful without 4K to me it looks great, but it's usually not worth the hardware trade-off or just the sheer amount of power that it requires out of your machine to run. 1440 is a sweet spot for me. I love 1440p. It's perfect. But yeah, no, I Crisis Core Remake better run at 4K 60. It's fucking Crisis Core.
Yeah, it's a PSP
I'm sorry,
game.
But it's a PSP game. I'm sure that they can dress it up really, really nicely. I'm sure, but there's no amount of overhauling that they could do to that game that would make it acceptable for it to run any less. So, will I play it? I don't know. Crisis Core was always something I was curious about back in the day, but I never got around to it. So maybe I will. But as a Christmas game, that's going to be a rough one, because I feel like I'm going to be so busy around that time.
All right. I wanted to just report on this real quick. Games Industry, well, I should know it, I guess, relay this report from gamesindustry.biz. They wrote that a industry analyst notes that global games market is expected to decline 4.3% in 2022. This is notable, and people can go into the different numbers. This is notable because this is the first time that the global video games market has ever declined in the entire history of this particular Newzoo analyst firm tracking it. And in thinking about my knowledge of the industry, and people can write in if they think otherwise, I would imagine this must be the first time this has happened since the early 80s, the early to mid 80s, maybe 82, 83, 80, 45, somewhere in there, where decline, and then up from there with the NES and so on. So they say here in the article on gamesindustry.biz that a lot of this has to do with COVID, and that it's a corrective year after 2 years of growth, because COVID obviously ballooned everything. And we've been talking about not only the fall in PlayStation Plus subscribers, but also the fall in Game Pass subscribers seemingly, and stickiness with games and all of the rest. What's interesting and important to note here, though, is that Newzoo, the analyst firm, expects that this is the only year of truncation. In other words, this will be a dip down and then all growth, according to their forecast from here on out. So when I see things like games selling a little softer, when I see things like people kind of balking at hardware costs, especially increased hardware costs, when I see the decline of Patreons across games by a few percent, like ours and others and our competitors. And I see all of that. I kind of just see a general malaise and readjustment to a new norm that's happening across games. And I actually think it's good for the economy. Unfortunately, it's going to be painful for companies and people in the short term, but getting all of this out is good. That way we can grow from a more normal foundational base, not a base built on everyone living inside, which is just not life. So wanted to throw that out there in case people want to go check that out. They can at gamesindustry.biz. Jace McCarver wrote into us on Patreon, says, "Hi, gentlemen. Have your thoughts changed after Bethesda's statement in regards to Mick Gordon?" And of course, we talked about him at length last week. "They seem to be completely behind Marty, which after what we heard seems almost impossible. Do you truly think that they can produce anything to refute what Mick said, since he produced so much evidence on his experience with Doom Eternal?" So for people that don't recall, and we'll go to you first, Chris, on this, Mick Gordon, famous musician and composer, responsible for Doom sound. It's metal. It's complete. I actually went back and watched that 2016 or 2017 VGA performance, which is so fucking good.
Me too.
Yeah.
Dude.
With his,
So
you know,
awesome.
with his 8-string guitar, and yeah, it was rad. Just getting to the lowest of low notes you couldn't even think possible on that chuggy ass guitar of his. And so he released this amazing, really verbose 14,000 word Medium post that we talked about at length last week. And as I said last week, it's a lot. I mean, it's a dedication to your love of games and your interests. But if you have an hour and a half to spare, I really suggest you read it, because it is a very interesting, very well organized, put together, bibliographic, evidence-based writing about how he was, according to him, abused and misused by id in the course of writing the music for Doom, and especially Doom Eternal. And Doom Eternal, of course, finally came out in 2020. And so we waited for a while, for a few days, for Bethesda to say something, and they did through their official channels. And they said this in part: "The recent post by Mick Gordon both mischaracterized and misrepresented the team at id Software, the development of Doom Eternal, Marty Stratton, and Chad Mossholder with a one-sided and unjust account of an irreparable professional relationship. We are aware of all the details and history in this matter and unequivocally support Marty, Chad, and the team at id. We reject the distortion of the truth and selective presentation of incomplete facts," which they put in quotes. "We stand ready with full and complete documented evidence to disclose in an appropriate venue as needed." And then they go on to state that they're proud of the team and the accomplishment of the games, and that they kind of point and say this has been causing everyone online harassment and blah, 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 blah. This has caused quite a bit of consternation. And Chris, I haven't talked to you about it at all privately, so I am very curious about what you think of Bethesda's retort.
Well, the main issue here is we have a really long, really thorough bibliographic write-up of everything that Mick went through, and along with email evidence of things that would suggest that he's telling the truth. And what we have from Bethesda is 4 vague paragraphs. And also just the notion that, like, oh man, the statements posted online have incited harassments and threats of violence against the team at id. You guys posted that thread to Reddit first, years ago. As far as I'm concerned, this
Chris, are you saying that's not an appropriate venue?
Yeah, maybe not. So like this is I'm gonna be just straight. This is a terrible statement. They would have probably been better off not saying anything than saying this, because to me it's like this just reads as like, oh, we weren't. It reads as a no you. You know, like, oh, here's this big TED talk about why you guys suck, and then Bethesda was like, no you, basically. And it's so baffling, because to me, Mick's write-up is a response to the Reddit thread. I mean, among everything else.
He says
like,
that explicitly.
Yeah, he literally says it's like, I was getting harassment and for years, and it was difficult for me to find work because of this. This is like genuinely damaging to my reputation. So yeah, this is my right of reply. That's how, as far as I'm concerned, that was Mick's right of reply. And maybe there's more facts that can come out that maybe paint it a bit more evenly, but I don't know, man. This ain't it. I don't see much here. Granted, they're waiting for appropriate venues, whatever the fuck that means, after they posted
Now
that
they are.
Reddit thread. Now
they're waiting for their appropriate venue.
Yeah. So this, I don't know. It seems more like we're just gonna stick by our guys because we're obligated to. My gut tells me Mick's in the right here. We don't have all the facts yet, obviously, but like I don't know how you can refute. Like, those emails are legit. Like, they have metadata, they have timestamps, and granted, he doesn't show any emails from Marty, but the tone of the responses that Mick gives implies certain things to be objectively true. And I don't know why he would write fake emails about not being paid for a long time to somebody who would have paid. Like, Mick would have to be a phenomenal manipulator / genius to set all this in motion over the course of several years for any of Bethesda's rebuke to hold much weight, or enough weight, I should say, to completely nullify everything that Mick's saying. So we'll see how it develops, but my gut check is very much with Mick. This is a Bayonetta situation. This is not, from my read on the situation.
Dustin, what do you have to add?
I think it's absolutely hilarious. If you notice on the Bethesda tweet, Mick Gordon replied with his original tweet with his Medium post, totally ratioed them. The original tweet, 14K likes, his tweet, 29K. So just completely punted them out of the stratosphere, which is great. But yeah, I don't know if I really have anything to add other than what Chris said. And I made this joke a few moments ago, but the thing that's really sticking out to me is about the appropriate venue as needed. It's like, dude, you guys posted your initial thing on Reddit on an account that wasn't being used intentionally. And now it's like, oh, well, we need to take care of this with lawyers in the court. It's like, okay, surely this means a lawsuit is going to happen, because Mick Gordon, with his reply, is not backing down at all. And honestly, that's probably for the best at this point. Take it to a judge and get all the facts and get all the evidence out there, and hopefully through that the truth comes out.
Yeah, it's there's a few things as I was writing notes as you guys were talking. I think the one thing to keep in mind in all accusations is that people are technically innocent until proven guilty. And I'm not saying that for any disclaiming. I'm simply saying that for some sense of fairness. Like, it is possible that he is totally lying. I just, to Chris's point, I don't see how that is likely, considering what Bethesda could have done was blown him up from orbit as well. The astronaut with the astronaut behind him with the gun. It always was. I mean, they could have done that to him, but they instead chose to release this very vague statement. I agree that they probably should have said nothing. I assume this will go to some sort of maybe forced settlement, arbitration or whatever, but potentially a lawsuit. I don't think Bethesda is going to want that, because Discovery is going to blow them up and have them covering their asses and with a lot of different things, just things that they don't want known about procedure and all of that. So I just think Mick Gordon is probably in the driver's seat in terms of what he wants to do. And I'm sure, I don't think he references it at all. I could be wrong in the piece that he wrote on Medium, but I'm sure he has legal counsel as well. I don't think he's just flying blind here. He's a renowned composer in the games industry. So we'll see how this all goes. Doesn't really have anything to do with us. Bethesda is owned by Xbox now, but Doom Eternal is a beloved game. Doom is a beloved game on our show, I should say. And of course, those games are on PlayStation. So
it is an industry story as well. Just like this is unlike anything I've seen in a like probably ever. I don't think I've ever seen something so detailed. This is, like I said when this first broke, this is the first Medium post like this from anybody that I've read thoroughly, like front to back, like no breaks. It was just so engaging and so well organized. So that alone, go read that post. It really is worth it if you're into the games industry. And by the way, don't harass people, by the way.
That just goes without saying, right?
Yeah, it goes without saying. Mick made a tweet. He was like, to those taking action against the game, please spare the thought for all the talented people who worked incredibly hard. You know, the team's great or whatever. So, I mean, I think everybody understands this, but, you know, for some reason, there's still a weird contingent of people who don't understand what it means to be human.
Yeah. Stop being weirdos.
Yeah.
But for everyone else out there, I don't think they need to be reminded. And I also just think it's just a lame shield to put up when he actually explicitly says otherwise. And I just feel like this happens all the time on the internet. Like, you do or say something stupid, and we've all been there, right? And then you get attacked for it, and you want to act like you it's like, if you're going to say something, this is why you kind of just have to accept in the public sphere, when you say something, people have the right to respond to it. It's just the way it is. It's just the way it goes. Yeah. You put something out there, and people are going to have things to say about it, good, bad, and indifferent. And if you don't want anyone saying anything about you, then just go live in a hole somewhere. And you're allowed to do that. A lot of people do that. And I don't mean that in a disparaging way. Go fucking delete all your social media. Don't create content just to consume some stuff and live on the periphery. And you can live totally a happy life like that. But if you're going to be in the sphere of creation, if you're going to be working with these mega corporations and doing all these things, I think what we've learned from Mick Gordon's experience more than anything is to just get your, and we said this last week, get your stuff in writing if you feel like you need to, and get paid. The one thing I don't understand is people doing lots and lots of work without getting paid. I can understand going a month, going 2 months, maybe you go a quarter, but he claims going 10 months and then almost a year. And that, my whole thing with that would have been like, I'm not doing anything until I get paid after a little while, you know? I just feel like you let these companies just get away with murder. It's like, dude, I knew people at IGN when I was working with freelancers that I would have to remind them, I'm like, are you going to invoice us? I'll just take your shit for free, I guess, but I don't care. It's not my money. You know, there are people that just don't go about these things right. And I hope it's a reminder that people should treat their money with a lot more earnest care, at the very least. Were you going to say something, Chris?
Oh, no.
Okay. All right. I wasn't going to talk about this, but people wrote in about it, so let's go to it. James Kinslow III wrote in and said, hello, Last Stand Knights. Kevin Conroy, the definitive Batman, in my opinion, has passed away, sadly. He voiced Batman in the animated series, various animated films, and across many video games. What were some of your favorite Kevin Conroy Batman moments across any medium where he played the character? So it is true. Kevin Conroy, announced on November 11th by his estate, passed away. He had cancer and he was 66 years young, way too young to die, in my opinion. And yeah, he's very well known for voicing the animated series Batman. I mean, that began in 1992. That was before you guys were even born, I think. And I loved that show. That was my introduction and actually a lifetime love of Batman, I think, developed with that show. So I totally was saddened by this. And of course, his work in the Arkham games is seminal as well. Chris, what did you think about the unfortunate passing of Kevin Conroy at 66?
Yeah, it's super sad. Like, it came out of nowhere to me. Like, I had no idea. I mean, I guess I don't follow these circles very closely, but I had no idea that he had cancer at all. And 66, like I said, like I thought we would have a lot more Kevin Conroy. You know, like I really thought that we would have at least like another 10, 15 years of this guy doing Batman. So I mean, it is sad. Like, and I'm somebody who doesn't. It's weird because I don't really like Batman at all as a, like, his movies I think are fine, and you know there are certain shows and certain things that I thought were fine, but like Batman the Animated Series and the Arkham games were probably the only times in that franchise's history where I really genuinely loved that universe. Like, oh, this is so cool. Like, the animated series is so great. The Arkham games are wonderful. So yeah, this sucks. This is a huge, I don't know if anybody really, I was talking about this with a friend of mine, and we were like, yeah, it's funny how like people's favorite part about Batman is never Batman unless you're talking about Kevin Conroy. Like, when people's like, oh, I love The Dark Knight. It's like, why? It's like no one ever says like, oh man, Christian Bale's stupid voice was so good, you know? Or like, oh man, I really loved when Michael Keaton couldn't turn his neck. It's always like, oh, the Joker's great, or like Heath Ledger's great, or wasn't Bane funny? Like, even The Dark Knight Rises. Even The Dark Knight Rises was just like, yeah, everybody was doing the fucking doing that. He was always secondary to his own universe, and even that's technically kind of true to in some ways the animated series with Mark Hamill's like iconic Joker, but at the same time, like that Batman was so, like Mask of the Phantasm is amazing.
Yes,
I think Mask of the Phantasm is probably is the best Batman movie, and
dude, I
recommend everybody see it.
It's so funny you say that. I have vivid memories of going and renting that at People's Video in 1998 and on VHS, and I was just in love with it. I loved the name. I didn't know what a phantasm was. I remember looking that up, and it's I don't really wear my Batman fandom in quotes on my sleeve because I'm really not a Batman fan. I just really like Batman.
Yeah, me neither. Yeah,
I like Batman, and that it really did begin with that character. Yeah. So he
is the definitive voice. I think there are certain people who are definitive voices of characters to me. Like obviously Mark Hamill's definitely like definitive Joker. Kevin Conroy's definitive Batman. Like for me, I have my own preference for like Christopher Daniel Barnes as Spider-Man from that 90s animated series, but like. Kevin Conroy is another level of just like he just is Batman to me, and it's super. I can't even imagine the poor fucking soul who has to step into those shoes going forward, because like it's just you gotta know, right? You gotta know like man, this is never gonna be mine. But yeah,
what do you think, Dustin? Anything to add?
I was searching Mask of the Phantasm because I've never seen it before.
Oh, God, dude.
And so I searched on Google, and it has the Wikipedia article first, but then it says, people also ask, the first question, why is Mask of the Phantasm so good? I'm just imagining someone typing that in, like they watch it and they're like, oh, it's so good. And then they're like, I need to know why it's so good. And then they search it. I feel like I should watch that at some point.
You should. It's really, really good. It's like, it is bar none the best Batman movie in my opinion. Like live action or animated. It's so fucking perfect. It came out on Christmas. It was like Christmas of the year I was born. So I have
1993.
Fondness for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I never, I used to, I don't know how many of I used to watch sometimes Batman would be on after school on like the WB DC run, but I would often rent the videos with 3 or 4 episodes on them back when that's how you consumed, this episodic content in really frustrating ways. And that was my whole thing. And I remember that being available for the first time. Yeah. That in the late 90s, and just kind of observing, getting into some of the more longer form Batman animated stuff. And then of course, the revival of my interest in Batman, not only with the Christian Bale, Nolan movies, which are awesome. I mean, absolutely fucking awesome movies. I love those movies, all 3 of them. But the games from Rocksteady as well. And so Batman's always gotten a lot of love, which I appreciate. And I must say, the thing about the new Batman movie, I went and saw it in the theater, which is a rare move for me. A little boring, I thought. My opinion.
Emo Batman, dude.
Batman. I loved the portrayal of the Riddler. I thought it was really cool.
Yeah.
Movie could have been about 20 minutes shorter, I think. That was my whole takeaway.
It is, yeah. It's a little. I liked it a lot, but like it is a little bit long. I liked that it felt like a movie, like instead of like it didn't feel like a Marvel type, like where it's like big CGI fight at the end. I was like, this is kind of subdued.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
It's engrossing and very atmospheric. The rain.
Oh yeah.
Just the rain itself.
That scene when he's coming out of the exploded car or whatever the fuck. That's such a good shot,
dude. That's such a good movie to watch if you have an OLED TV.
Oh yeah,
it is one of the best.
It's a great one, but absolutely watch Mask of the Phantasm. It's wonderful.
All right, and 2 more quick stories I wanted to just get into real quick. Video Games Chronicle relays word from Japanese tech site Automaton that 2 former Square Enix employees have been arrested by Japanese authorities for insider trading. And apparently they very foolishly spent way too much money bringing a lot of attention to themselves. They purchased 47 million yen, so $336,000 of stock in the developer Aiming. And Aiming was the developer that made the Dragon Quest game, Dragon Quest Tact, which is big in Japan. And so they've been snared, and we'll see, of course, innocent until proven guilty, but an interesting little story. And then one final thing that happened this morning before we started recording, this is according to Push Square. Now, the Dark Pictures anthology will continue with a 2nd season. We know that the first 4 episodes beginning in 2019, 20, 21, 22. Yeah, so 2019, Man of Medan, that was the first season. The 2nd season will now continue. It ended with The Devil and Me, of course. And the next one is Directive 8020. Now, we knew this was going to happen because this was one of the leaked names that we discussed months ago. I don't know if it was through trademark filings or whatever, that we knew one of the games was going to be called this. And if people watch the minute or so trailer, which you can find on Push Square and elsewhere, it takes place in space. So it's going to be pretty cool. We'll see what happens. Any interest in the Dark Pictures Anthology's continuation there, Chris?
Nah. I don't know. Like I tried, but I'm not feeling these games really. And it would be, I feel like it would just be dishonest to pretend like I was like, oh yeah, I'll get to it. No, I have a way higher chance of playing Crisis Core, like by a large margin, than I have of visiting the anthology again. I don't know. It's just these games aren't landing for me. Even as the premises seem to get a little bit more interesting. I'll definitely check them out in the sense that I'll see what people think about them. I'm sure there will be reviews, and I'm sure I'll have friends who have toyed around with it, and I'll see what they think, and then maybe I'll make a decision as to whether or not I'll jump into it. But like as of right now, I just have to accept that these aren't necessarily games that are for me. And I'm okay with that because there's so much. There's arguably too much.
The Quarry left a bad taste in your mouth or something? I mean,
no, the Quarry was fine. Like I liked it, but at the same time, it's like I also felt like, like it's just like, all right, it's another one of these, I guess.
The thing about the Quarry, that's one of those games. Sometimes you play a game and maybe you're a little harsh on it, and then after some months go by, you're like, oh, that actually wasn't so bad. I feel the opposite about the Quarry when I think about the fact that it was a full price game that was just unfinished and overall kind of stupid, in my opinion. I was like,
yeah.
So I want to be excited because I do space horror stuff, especially like this, sounds very cool. So I feel intrigued, but I think I played Man of Medan and it was okay, which some people say that they've gotten better as they go on. But then there's the Quarry, which was more recent as well, that I didn't really inspire confidence in me. But I don't know. We'll see. They're very dedicated to the series, despite all that, which is
also the idea. It's like, so you're gonna make space horror? It's interesting. I can't help but feel a lot more interested in Callisto Protocol and Dead Space remake than this.
Yeah,
like I can't help it. So
my friends, it's time finally for us to talk about what we're playing, and we're all playing God of War. Before we get into that, though, I guess Chris, do you want to get out of the way the other thing you're playing here, and I'll do the same.
Yeah, so I've been dabbling with Halo. Just had an update, and they added the Forge mode, and I've been hosting these custom games lobbies on stream. And you can come join me. You can play with me on Twitch. You just have to send me a message. And we've been running these pretty often since the update. These custom games and Forge are game changing in a way that I didn't anticipate. There's so many ridiculous modes that are in the game now that are so good, and it's frustrating because I just think about it, it's like, wow, if this was just here at launch, the story of this game would be so different. And it just goes to show, it's a cautionary tale. Don't forego your first impression. Like, it is so important, because even as much fun as I'm having with like these ridiculous modes, I can't help but think like, man, how disappointing is it that it took this long to get here? There's this mode called Diglets where everybody's in like a little hidey hole, and it's basically like whack-a-mole with sniper rifles, and you just like shoot through 10 people's heads in a row. And there's a Final Destination Smash Brothers thing where you like knock people off this platform and you can like swing back up, and it's so fucking fun. And I'm running, like I said, custom games on stream, so you can check that out. But that's really it. I just think it's dope. Like the
nice of 343 to give the community the tools to, make the levels that they haven't.
Yeah, right. God.
All right, and for me, Tactics Ogre Reborn, I just want to give a quick shout out to this, finally out from Square Enix. I've only played it for about 5 hours. It's perfect for the backbone, perfect for play remotely while you're watching TV, watching football, whatever. I've been playing it in that situation. A little bit small because you're dealing with a lot of text, but this strategy role-playing game is wonderful, and it's pretty much everything I wanted it to be in this early period that I've gotten to it. Remember, this is a 1995 Super Famicom game that really came to prominence on PSP late in its life cycle with Let Us Cling Together, and this is kind of a reimagining of that. And it's not so big and not so unmanageable, but lots of different battles to get involved in, obviously. And, the turn-based tactical nature of the game is wonderful. I just really have come to realize I just love turn-based games. I just love the idea of I go, you go, I go, you go, I go, you go. I love real-time stuff too, love action and all that and combat, but I like the more analytical and methodical nature of doing that, seeing something's not going quite right and maybe bailing out and just starting the whole map again and all of that. And I love playing with character classes and equipment. I think one of the things the game doesn't do well is it doesn't read very well when you're in some of the menus. For instance, I don't think it exists. Like, you can't see what your party, which can be up to 100 people, have equipped on them in the equipment screen when you're buying equipment. So you kind of have to like either write down or remember what you have and then hope you're buying the right things and then go and equip them manually. There's some really annoying quality of life things that they missed here.
Yeah.
And I also think that the voice acting is just totally out of place and unnecessary. I have no idea why they thought this was a good idea. It's just a waste of resources. It's fine, but it's not even that well done. It's very vacuous in terms of it's made, in a recording booth, there's no ambient sound. So it's just they're on a battlefield and then there's just beautiful, pristine sound of them talking to each other, but they're sprites. I just feel like that was a misstep. I don't think they needed to do that at all. I think that was a waste of money and a waste of time and doesn't add anything to the game or the story. In fact, I find it a little distracting. And I know a lot of people are also going to be upset about the graphical blur that they've put over the sprites and all of the pixel work, which is obnoxious and annoying. I don't know why they did that, but it's fine. I mean, it's totally fine. What matters is the core game, the class-based gameplay, the turn-based gameplay, the interesting political story and the intrigue, the characters, building your party out, doing some of the side quests and all the rest. This shit's awesome. And it reminds me of playing PSP because, as I've said, Let Us Cling Together was, as I remember, the last PSP game I played. In fact, my PSP was basically dying at that point. I had a huge black bar going down the side of it because I dropped it. So they're like, part of it was just black and white, basically, and then the rest of it was color. And it was all like there was like a replicated screen, basically. So it was like a weird mirror thing going on behind it. And I just kept persevering as much as I could. And then I never played PSP again. So I guess that's a little bit of a fond memory a little more than 10 years later. But I wanted to give a shout out to Tactics Ogre Reborn, which is awesome. And I'll be playing that probably for the rest of the year. So with that, all three of us are playing God of War Ragnarok. And Dustin, let's go to you first, since you haven't talked yet in this What We're Playing segment. Spoken yet. Sure. I don't like that the way I said that. So talk to me about God of War Ragnarok. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I feel like as I play this game more and more, I'm very impressed by the amount of locations and set piece moments in this game. I was trying to think of an analogy to describe for the show. I only have one that's not very good, but I'll say it anyway. It kind of reminds me of when you watch the first Matrix movie, and it's kind of contained. You have your cast of characters. They talk about a lot of locations like Zion, but you never go there. You don't see that. You hear about people, but you maybe don't see them. And then in Matrix Reloaded, they kind of like fully expand on the world, and you get to see everything that the world that you heard about before. And that's how I feel about God of War, in that the first one is not that you don't go and do a lot of different things, but you hit these different locations and different realms. And when the game's done, it kind of opens up this question about what's next. Ragnarok is everything. It's all the realms. It's all the different places, all these different characters. And I really am so far really respecting the way that they did it. It doesn't feel like too much all at once. In fact, I feel like it really has been doing a really good job layering not only its story and characters, but also its different mechanics. In fact, I'm surprised that it continues to layer on more mechanics as you keep playing. Mm-hmm. But overall, I think that the one thing that I'm going to feel by the time I'm done with this game is that it's too long. Just because I'm playing it like pretty consistently for many hours at a time. I'm like, man, I've been playing this game a lot. I'm not bored or anything. And I'm just thinking about some of my friends who are playing this at a slower pace. And I'm like, man, it is going to take you a long time to finish this game. And I'm doing a decent amount of the side quests as well. And I have to say, the side quests in this game are pretty good. Every time that they come up, I think I kind of just want to see what's next in the story. But I tell myself to just do it. And then I'm like, man, I'm really glad I did that. There was like a really cool character moment. You learn something about a character, you see a cool set piece, something like that. So the side quests even in this game, very, very good. But I will say, and I know that there's a write-in about this, but the Kratos squeeze is really bothering me. Where constantly you're having to crawl under something, you're having to shimmy through a tight section or something.
Mhm.
It's so obvious that this was a PS4 game and that it's being held back by the spinning hard drive of the PS4. Just sometimes it almost feels comical. I'm like, why is there something I need to crawl under here? It doesn't make any sense. Because I know that there's been, and I think we discussed this on either Sacred Symbols Plus or something, maybe it was last week, that it makes sense that sometimes that developers would use that as like a choke point where it's like, so players know they're going the right way. That was a big discussion on Twitter for some people, as developers saying like, oh, we actually use that intentionally, not for loading. I kind of feel like I'm sure it is true in some situations, but in this game, man, there are certain times I'm like, it feels unnecessary on the PlayStation 5. And it's such a beautiful game. I'm not saying it's like gross old PS4 feeling game, but it definitely has some of that remnants in there for sure.
What do you think, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, I'm of a couple different minds about it. I really like it. I'm having a good time with it. It's a joy, in my opinion, to play. Like I like the combat variety that you have. I like the verticality of combat as well. Now that's there's a little bit more. You can do a lot more with the blades this time around in comparison to what you could do before, and it's really cool. It's the fighting is really satisfying, and I think the characters are really, really well realized and well performed, and I think that's really what's carrying me is just how fun and how good the character interactions are. I do think the writing is a little bit, it's not worse necessarily, but it definitely feels a little bit more Marvel in the first game. Not in a bad way. It's not like bad Marvel. What you mean. But like there are certain things where it's like I guess I feel like the first game was operating at a bit of a higher reading level. Just slightly, ever so slightly. I don't know what it is about it, but there are certain characters, like there's a character specifically that shows up. I don't necessarily want to spoil it, but I'm like, what this feels wildly out of place. But it's good. I really enjoy it. I think my issues with it are the same issues that I had before with 2018, although improved somewhat. I think the menus are still kind of shit. I think the map is fucking unreadable. Like I have not been able to use the map to any effectiveness. It's all style, no function. And it's pretty to look at, but I've never wasted my time in it. I do think the RPG mechanics are a little better implemented this time around. I do think there's a little bit more reason to kind of swap to different armor sets, and there's a lot more reasons to kind of like customize your different runic attacks. There's a lot more depth to the combat than you would initially think just by looking at gameplay of it, because there's stun, there's momentum, there's base damage, and then there's like different things there's different skills that you can equip to certain weapons, and there's runic attacks and heavy runic attacks, and it's really, really satisfying to chain these things together in a way that there's certain times in this game where I feel like I'm almost playing Devil May Cry because of how stylish you can get with the combat when you really, really want to. I think the side quests are really great as well.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I've played 7 or 8 hours, and I think the game is beautiful. I think the game is fun to play in its combat. I think the voice acting is really good, and some of the characterizations are really good. There's just a lot of good execution. Mm-hmm. I just personally think it's kind of boring, and I've been saying that since I first started playing it. I've been really deeply thinking about what it is about me in God of War. And longtime listeners of me will know that I've had beef with God of War going all the way back to the beginning. I never liked God of War. God of War 2018 being a game that I really actually liked a lot, which is why it's so weird that people think I don't like it. It's like, if you've been following me for long enough, you know that it was a big surprise that I was going to dig it, because I really hated Kratos in the original God of War games. I just could not stand him. I beat God of War 1. I beat God of War 2. I even went back and got the trophies on those games. I think I platinumed the second game. God of War 3, I played a little while and I just didn't want to do it anymore. I played the PSP games at events, but I never played them through. But there's something about those games that were honest and earnest that I feel like these games miss. And it maybe is an example of missing what you don't have anymore. But I'm playing God of War Ragnarok and I'm having a great time fucking throwing the axe, bringing up my shield, bashing the shit out of people. It's brutal. It's fun. It's fast. I got my son fucking shooting arrows and spamming dudes, and it's really great. And then I have to solve a puzzle. And I'm just like, I don't want to do this. I'm the God of War. I am the God of War. It just doesn't, something about this doesn't, it's not like Nathan Drake. There's just something peculiar about this. There's a part in the beginning of the game where I'm literally feel like I'm on Splash Mountain. I actually started taking screenshots of it because I thought it was so funny.
I know.
And then I get to these really complicated puzzles. And I was talking to Mike about this, and she's already annoyed at me kind of critiquing this game because she really likes it. And my big negative takeaway is just boundary building and puzzle solving and all of that, in the sense that what is stopping you from just going there right now? Just fucking go there, go around the cart in your way, step over the boundary that's up to your waist.
Yeah, you're the God of War. Why can't you?
In other words, the game doesn't feel like I'm not playing Resident Evil or something. I really don't want to be doing these complicated puzzles, and I could be wrong, but I don't remember shit like this in the original God of War games to any extent like this.
Oh, no.
Like you were constantly, in fact, I most recently played God of War on Vita for Knockback not a year ago. It most certainly wasn't like this. I played it all the way through.
Yeah.
And you have to do some puzzle solving and some light puzzle solving, but it's a linear combat based game where you're fighting. And I feel like God of War shines most when he is fighting. But what they're trying to do is solve a problem with Kratos that I think maybe is just unsolvable, which is making him, making him interesting. The problem I had with Kratos back in the PS2 and PS3 and PSP era, I was like, who is this man? Like, who is he? He's just screaming. He's obnoxious. He's upset. There's no cadence to it. It's all about violence and brutality. And in thinking about what doesn't resonate with me about God of War, I think it is some of those things. I'm a little prudish. I don't really care about gore and blood and violence. I can't really think of anything I am into because of it. A lot of the things I am into is in spite of it. When I play something like Doom, I'm like, oh my God, that was fucking gnarly, violent gore. I'm like, no, it's just fun as hell to play. I have to just tolerate that it's demons or whatever. It could be anything for all I care. And so with God of War, I'm playing these really fun things, launching that axe around, bringing out my blades of chaos, upgrading and doing all of these kinds of things. And then I'm just stilted solving Nathan Drake puzzles. And I'm sorry, I just think it's boring. It doesn't make me want to see what's next. I feel like I want more of what is fun.
Yeah.
And I know I'm early. I know I'm going to see it all the way through. I'm going to do it. And it's hard for me. Like I'm ready for the sheer amount of abuse that's no doubt going to be hurled at me as usual when I talk about a AAA game that I'm not crazy about. But I think it's a good game. Like I think it's perfectly good, if not great. And I think its combat is A tier. I don't think it's S tier combat. I think that would be something more like Returnal for me in the first or second party sphere if we're talking about PS5 games.
Yeah.
But I think that this just feels like 40 more hours of God of War 2018. So I think the idea that our expectation that I was going to like this more than I liked the God of War 2018, I just think was unreasonable. And I will say above all else that it's just a matter of taste, because I see this game 23 million copies. God of War 2018 sold 23 million copies. That's an asinine amount of copies. More than twice as many as The Last of Us Part 2 sold, for instance, although less time on the market, of course. But it goes to show you the staying power of God of War and how people really like the character. And they've always liked God of War. God of War in 2005, in some way, outside of Gran Turismo and a select few others, was really the first party smash hit. And I was actually talking about that with Sandy Bry on our Sacred Symbols Plus about PS3. PS3 was really the era when PlayStation really became known for first party exclusives. A lot of the games you're thinking of from PS2, even like Sly Cooper and Ratchet and Clank, these were technically second party games at the time. They both became first-party studios later. But I just think God of War always embodied this thing that was central to PlayStation's genetics and DNA, and it's something that just misses me. I feel like there are some issues. Like, it is a PS4 game. I am a little surprised about how much people like it. When I play it, I feel like my gut instinct of like an 85 or so is accurate. If you told me, if I actually had played it before it came out and you asked me what it was going to get, I'd be like, it's going to get about an 85. So I'm comfortable with that prediction, even though it was 8 points off or whatever. I don't yet see it. And I am kind of confounded by, I guess, a core PlayStation fan base. Not confounded because it's like to each his own, but we're busting Horizon's balls for storytelling and we're busting The Last of Us's balls for storytelling, and you guys like this? Okay. I mean, I'm a little bit confused by that in terms of character, in terms of sophistication, in terms of delivery and all those kinds of things. If you want to talk about combat and all that, fine. But when I see a game like Forbidden West so far, Horizon's a far superior game, in my opinion, to God of War.
Oh, wow.
Both of them.
Yeah.
And I still think Forbidden West is the most AAA PlayStation game yet released. I think it does a lot. I think playing as Aloy is more fun than playing as Kratos. I think the story is much more interesting. I think it reads a lot better, and all of the rest. So yeah, I have problems with God of War, but I think it's good. I just think it's boring. Because remember what I say, I don't always play games to have fun. Like, fun. That's not always what you're in for it for. I don't think Journey was fun. Journey was an existential nightmare. That's why I played it. Right. And with God of War, my approach to it is, let me have fun. Because I really don't care about all this other shit. I actually watched a 40-minute recap of the first God of War game because I had no idea what was going on. I felt like the recap in the beginning of the game was totally insufficient. I don't know if you guys agree. I was like, I don't know what is going on. I went back and watched it. And what I realized was there are some cool features that I really dig, but overall, I don't really care. So I just want to have fun. I just want to play it. And it stops me from playing it. The one cool feature that I think is neat in the story is that it's the same Kratos, which I know was established in the first one, but I do think that is cool. In other words, he is like a god from another place, another land, another ethos. Yeah. And I like that. And that is cool as fuck. But generally speaking, I just find the hook, the next thing, I'm like, I don't care. I just got out of the first land, rescued the guy you go there to rescue.
Yeah.
And they're launching you into the next part of the game. And to me, I'm like, I'm going to go to bed. I'll get to it tomorrow. But if that was another game, I probably would have been really compelled to go. So I just realized that there's something about God of War in me that has never resonated. And it's surprising. I know we had a lot of new listeners and a lot of new people in, but for those that have been with me or us for a long time, it is surprising you are surprised, since this has been a total consistency in going back years and years and years and years and years. Never any other way. You're never going to find it said any other way. So that's my opinion. I don't know. Do you guys think it's too much? I don't know.
I don't know. What were you going to say, Dustin?
I was just going to say is that, I mean, you said it yourself. It's very subjective. Like, I think that Horizon Forbidden West is infinitely more boring than God of War. So it's just like, it's one of those things where it's like we can list out a bunch of reasons why on each side, but ultimately they're just very different games for very different tastes.
The only reason I bring that up as a direct comparison is not only the first party connection, not only the calendar year connection and the platform connection. I bring it up because a lot of people bust that game's balls as being insufficient or a PS4 game or not much the same. And I'm like, what? I mean, if that's what you're going to leverage at this, it's like, what are you talking about? I'm in a series of closed arenas in this game, basically, so far. You know, like if the game if it's got the Final Fantasy 13, it opens up and gets better than it very well could have. And it's certainly not going to take 40 hours. It'll be over by that point. But I'm just saying, it's crazy to me that people are leveraging these critiques at Horizon that could easily be said about God of War and seem to be just not. And that is a point of confusion for me, for sure. So that's the only reason it's relevant.
Yeah, I think it's ultimately just a preference thing, but I also think just narratively there's a preference, because like I'm super into Norse shit. Like it's I think it's part of why I like I got so engrossed into Skyrim when that first came out. I was like, it's just like the Norse aspect of it, and the idea, like you said, that this was a god from a different land with a different pantheon that like transitioned into this place somehow, and all of this. There's the world serpent, and there's Yggdrasil, and they're conversing with the man who killed Hercules. Like there's something really interesting, and I think Kratos is a way more interesting character specifically because of those old God of War games, because I didn't like those either. I remember being like, I liked the gameplay of it. I was like, this is fun, but I remember being like, this guy sucks. Like this guy's like one of the most bland people I've ever seen, and I play games with silent protagonists, So like the like seeing him grow and seeing him be like kind of like a bastard in the beginning of 2018, and in this game he's so different. Not even necessarily like undeservedly different, but he's more restrained. He's like, he's like more peaceful, and it's like you could tell that it's this old guy from the old games kind of like trying to just be a normal person to like, and there's something really fascinating about that to me. Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's ultimately a different preference. I definitely think this is way better than Horizon, just because it feels a little bit more focused in that way. Like, yeah, there are small combat arenas, but that doesn't feel like a PS4 problem so much as it feels like this is the design of this game. Like God of War in an open field would be, I guess.
No, I'm not saying that it needs to be an open world game or whatever. I'm just saying it's crazy to leverage these complaints about probably the craziest open world that's ever been, in Forbidden West. Like that world is nuts. It's totally Horizon Forbidden West is underrated and underappreciated. And they're about to drive Horizon so far into the ground that it might not ever get its due, which is a shame, because this is where I feel like it counts the most. I don't know. Again, it's not an apples to apples thing because they're different games. I'm just bringing up that particular complaint because it does feel old, and that's fine. But again, it's more of the same. I mean, it's more of what you like, and that's great. To me, it's a bit of a mess as far as the you still brought the pantheon of great games this year.
It ain't. I think it's one of the better games this year, obviously, but it ain't. 10 out of 10 is insane. Like that was one of the things that when I was playing it, I was like, this is great, but like, this ain't Elden Ring. All right, let's calm down. Let's calm down a little bit. Like it's great, it's wonderful, it's cool, but this is not a 10 out of 10. I would feel comfortable with like 85 to even maybe like even inching closer to 9, but like 10 out of 10 is crazy. Like that is an insane. In my opinion, that is a crazy assessment, in my opinion. But everybody's got opinions.
Yeah, I mean that's certainly true, and you're entitled to them. I mean, let's keep the abuse to a minimum, please.
Yeah, let's chill.
Can't wait. But we will be doing. I did float the idea of not doing the God of War Ragnarok spoiler cast and review discussion, mostly because I felt like people wouldn't want me involved in it. But it seems like the exact opposite is true, that people really want me involved in it. But if that's true, then just be careful what you ask for. I'm not going to come in trying to sandbag it or whatever, but I'm not as crazy about it as the consensus suggests everyone is. Not even close, so maybe that totally changes.
Yeah, maybe.
But I think I'm a pretty diverse gamer. I think you can look at my PSN profiles, my chart, and see what I play and see that I play a lot of different kinds of games. And so I try to keep an open mind about everything I play, but I don't know. There's something missing here for me, though. That keeps it from like true greatness, I think. The one thing that's most distracting for me though is Toby Ziegler from The West Wing is Odin, and I just can't not hear it. He's like the communications director, like the speechwriter for the president, and it's, and it's just his voice.
He did it because his son told him to do it or something. I think I saw him tweet about.
That was in the LA Times piece, I think.
Yeah, so. It was. It's funny. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's good, but just chill, everybody. Don't get chill, because I don't think any of us are as crazy about it as the general. Like I saw like 10 out of 10s. It's like fucking no. It's really good, but I have a feeling that spoiler discussion is going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, it will be.
But you're right. It is more of 2018. It's less of a sequel and more of the rest of it. That's kind of how I feel about it. It's like, okay, it's the rest of it. I'm not expecting anything crazy, but I don't know how deep into it are you, Dustin? Like in hours wise.
I don't know because I've had to leave it on a few times, so my hour count is screwed up, and I am very scared of. Sometimes in a game you can see how many chapters there are in a game. This game isn't divided that way, so I'm too scared to look and see how far I am.
I think it's pretty obvious by just looking at the door at the fast travel thing, you know.
Yeah, but I think I've been most of the places in the game, but the reason why I feel like I still have a lot is that it's still introducing new things to me, and I've played this game for a lot of hours.
You know what my favorite thing is like when you're done with a game that's very, very clearly a single player, very narrative driven experience, and they give you like a cool item that you can like, oh, you've unlocked the coolest thing in the game, now do it again. It's like, I'm done.
Yeah.
Plague Tale did that, where they were like, you get this cool thing now, and it's like, I'm not gonna do this again.
Mm-hmm.
What? This was so depressing. Like, I'm not gonna do this again. But I don't know. We'll see how the response to our opinions goes.
Yeah, I don't know. I think most people are open-minded enough to hear all sorts of different things, because again, I'm not saying the game is anything gameplay-wise anything less than great, and production and development or aesthetic-wise, it's AAA as it gets. But I think that there are things that keep it from being an overall great game.
Yeah.
And I really think that I would have, again, just been 85 is my gut was right on as far as what I think it would have gotten.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. Like, I'm surprised what people think of games a lot, to be honest. I think I'm just kind of maybe off the beaten path a little bit.
It's all in performance capture, man. It's all that. It's all it is now.
It just seems very baseline in some way, the way we analyze games. What's the prettiest game? Okay.
Yeah. What's the game that looks most like a movie sometimes? Like, I do feel like that's kind of happening now. Like, where it's like, I don't think a game really gets its due unless it looks like a movie. At least from general critics. Like, I don't know what that is. But it started happening like early in the 2010s, and I don't think we've gotten away from that quite yet. But I will say those puzzles are fucking. It's not even necessarily that they're bad. It's more so that like when you find the solution, you're like, that's fucking dumb. Like, why'd you put it? Like, it's almost like the guy who made the puzzles in this game is just an asshole. Like, he's just a dick. It's like, oh yeah, I hid this thing in plain sight, but it's under a bunch of brambles that you wouldn't think. You know what I mean? And it locks you in that room too to figure it out, and it's just like, oh my god. I've looked up the solution to these puzzles, and I don't feel guilty about it, because I was just like I would spend like 5 or 7 minutes, and if I couldn't figure it out, I was like, I'm not having fun anymore. I'm gonna look it up, and I don't care, because this is not what I'm playing this game for. I'm playing this game to chop people in half with an axe and wrestle a troll to the ground and rip its jaw down its body. Some of those fucking finishers are sick.
Oh yeah, dude.
But
dude, I haven't had a lot of problem with the story related puzzles, but there's one chest in particular. Like, you have to get the 3 runes right in order to unlock the chest. There's one of them that I was asking Holly. I was like, look at the screen with me for a second, and let's look and see if we can find this thing. We're looking everywhere. We probably looked 20 minutes. It's like, I've had enough. I cannot do this. And I searched on, and I think it was like the IGN guide or something. Like, this is the absolute dumbest location for this, and I'm offended. Like, this is dumb. This is bad. The design of this puzzle is bad. Overall, I don't think they're as bad as you guys think. Overall, I think they can definitely be annoying. Like, there's a couple of situations like, do we really have to have a puzzle here?
Dude, that's
like, just to be a little annoying, just to put a little bit of barrier between me and the next area. I understand you gotta have gameplay, but it really wasn't necessary. Right?
I just want it to be more I sing the praises of Doom all the time, and I know it's tiring, but like, when I'm playing a game like God of War, I understand the importance of story, but I also just I kind of want Doom as well. Like, the combat is fun. It's cool. Bring me to the next combat arena immediately. If you want to have some story sections, Give me like a set piece in between when I'm walking from one area. I don't need to throw an axe at a fucking crane. If I see another crane, I'm going to kill myself, I think. Because those cranes are fucking irritating.
Well, this is the thing I feel about the puzzle solving is just, it's God of War. So make it so that I have to go to 3 different arenas in this cavern and grab the one of 3 stones out of the boss enemy, like the sub boss enemies. Yeah. And then I go back and I put them in a door. You know, that's the kind of shit you should be doing in God of War, in my opinion. Not solving Uncharted puzzles, which is what you're doing. You're solving at least in that first place. It's Uncharted puzzle after Uncharted puzzle after Uncharted puzzle.
Yeah, I couldn't
believe it.
No, you're right. It should be the way that Doom does it, which is exactly what you said. You kill a bunch of things, then you get a fucking stone or whatever, and you put in a door to progress. Or like that. That seems more natural to me. There's also, it is funny. We can move on immediately, but like I think there's this really funny thing that happens whenever Kratos picks something up and it's a unique item out of like a chest. I think the one that I noticed it most with was there was a horn or something that I think increases your maximum rage, which is, as a concept, is really funny. He just finds like a little horn and he's like, I have the capacity to be way more angry now.
Yeah, it's awesome.
But it's really funny.
It has like a potion in it. Like maybe the angry juice.
Yeah, but it's very silly. But like the game freeze frames whenever this happens, and Kratos looks like a dad at Home Depot trying to like decide whether or not he wants to buy like a really highly specific tool, and he's like thinking about it, like, do I really need a sink irrigator? Like, do I need this? And he's like, just the pose is so funny. Ever since we introduced motion capture into games, some of the freeze frames you get are hilarious because it's just a person. You could tell it's just a guy under, like, inside, almost like a guy wearing Kratos' skin, like posing. But
yeah, it has like no stylized nature to it at all.
Yeah, it's not stylized even in the slightest.
Yeah, I don't know. I agree. It sounds like because in my heart it sounds like I'm bagging on the game, and in some ways I am, but it's hard to say I like the things you think I'm going to like about it a lot. And there's a lot of questionable things, and you almost want to talk about the questionable things because, of course, the combat's great. Of course, all these other things. It
goes without saying. Yeah.
These games are I gotta say, man, they're kind of melding into each other. These first party games, like they just are. I was actually imagining how awesome this game is if you have never played a PlayStation game before. That, I think, is a totally different situation. If you're just coming in hot with God of War Ragnarok and you're just coming from Switch or you don't play games or you're casual, that I think would probably be like a 10 out of 10. But I think if you've played all of this stuff over the years, you're just like, now they're all blurring together with each other.
Yeah.
This game is about a child and son, like The Last of Us. I'm solving puzzles like Uncharted. It's so on and so forth. I'm doing all these side quests like Spider-Man. It's like, oh my God. It does become some sort of snare. It's very high quality. But I think when it comes to that, then we're all going to retreat to the things we love most. So I love open world role-playing games. I'm retreating to Horizon. People love, their shooting and score chasing. They're retreating to Returnal. People love their mascot shit. They're retreating to Ratchet and Clank, et cetera, and so on. The things that actually stand apart. But anyway, we'll talk much more about this in the coming weeks. The one thing we have to figure out is that I would like Gene Park from the Washington Post to be on it. I've been texting with him about it recently. However, he's going in for surgery soon and will be incapacitated for 10 days or so. So we'd have to wait a little while to record it. So we'll just see what happens. Because I don't know how he's going to feel and what he's going to be up to. But I know he and I had talked about doing it together, and the timing is just not matching up. So there are a few other people that we might get involved as well. And I will do it. So don't worry. I just don't want to be beat up anymore about this stuff for this random shit. It's just strange. Doing The Last of Us Part 2 discussion with Micah, which I thought was a very reasonable and metered discussion, just again devolved in some of the comments. It's like, man, I just don't want to talk about this game ever again. Ever again. All right, let's move into the news. There are a few items to get through. And we'll begin with number 1, of course. After much haranguing and delaying, renowned Western role-playing game The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt will get a native PlayStation 5 port. First revealed earlier this year and then seemingly delayed by reasons potentially having to do with Russia's invasion of Ukraine. More on that in a moment. Witcher 3 will come to PlayStation 5 on December 14th, fewer than 2 weeks before Christmas. According to developer and publisher CD Projekt, this so-called next-gen update is, quote, enhanced with the power of next-gen consoles and modern PC hardware in mind, end quote, with changes including, quote, ray tracing support, faster loading times, as well as a variety of mods integrated into the experience, among many others, end quote. Mysteriously, content related to Netflix's popular Witcher adaptation will also be in this new iteration of the game. If you own The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt on PlayStation 4, which was first launched there in 2015, this update will be free for you on PlayStation 5, and this goes for the various DLC packs as well. You can also buy the new package on PS5 straight up. It includes all DLC and expansions. And if you're still gaming on PS4, that iteration of the game will also include a number of updates, including that Netflix stuff. Okay, so why the delay? Well, it can be blamed on COVID or other mitigating factors, and CD Projekt never specifically said that's what happened. However, it's fairly easy to connect 2 and 2, as the team once responsible for the PS5 port of The Witcher 3, Saber Interactive, works partially out of and is largely headquartered out of Russia. With various economic embargoes and political and social implications involved, particularly as CD Projekt itself is based in Poland, right next to Ukraine, there's little doubt that that played a role into CD Projekt's taking the ports and finishing them in-house at the 11th hour. The Witcher, a game based on a popular Polish fantasy novel franchise, first premiered on PC in 2007, and a sequel followed in 2011. The series only came to PlayStation for the first time with Witcher 3, and there are more Witcher projects, including a full-blown new AAA game currently in development. Bubbles4000 wrote in, love that name, says, hello, is there any way any of you guys are going to revisit The Witcher 3 with the new PS5 version? Maybe a sneaky blood and wine 15-hour snack. This is one of my favorite games of all time, and the DLC as a standalone is absolutely amazing and probably better than the base game. Thank you for everything you guys do, and it's been a pleasure watching Last Stand grow. Thank you, Bubbles, for writing in. Dustin, let's go to you first. Where are you? We finally have a release date for The Witcher 3. So the date's coming. Are you interested in playing it again?
No, I never finished it initially. And okay, Colin, maybe people are going to beat up on you for the God of War takes. You guys know I didn't put Witcher on my top PlayStation games at Sacred 200. I think it's a great game. I think it's a bit overrated for what it is. And I think it's great. If people are excited about this, I'm happy for you. And it sounds like this port is going to be pretty extensive too, with high frame rates and ray tracing and stuff like that. And it's cool that they're adding new content. Never going to complain about that. But I just think I'm good. I think I've put a lot of time into Witcher 3 because I always want to be a believer. I've probably gone back to it 3 or 4 times, and I usually put, I don't know, somewhere between 5 and 10 hours in each time. And I just am not really feeling it. I'm just not into it. I actually think I'm way more interested and enjoy Cyberpunk than The Witcher 3. But again, to each their own. So enjoy, happy that this is finally happening, but I am out.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Shark Tank. Let's go to Snark Tank. Chris. Witcher 3, PS5. Interest?
I don't know, man. I've played the first 30 hours of this game like 6 times. I keep falling off it. Not because it's bad. It's very good. I acknowledge it's very good. And when I'm really into it, I'm really engrossed and I get it. Like I totally understand why this is like a 10 out of 10 for a lot of people and why it's like one of the best games ever. The side quests are wonderful. But there's something that my brain cannot compute a very, very specific aspect of this game. And it is the realism that is presented and the great presentation with the movement. There's something that feels completely like they feel at odds with each other. Because when you look at a game like Red Dead Redemption 2, right, it looks gorgeous. Moving around that world isn't necessarily what I would call fun. You know, it's not like, ooh, you're it's not like Vanquish where you're sliding on your knees and like ramping off of like cliff sides and stuff. It's a lot more realistic and a little bit more tedious, but because it feels like it belongs, it works for me, and it kind of it pulls me into the world a little bit because my character would be this slow, or running to cover actually isn't super easy. Whereas The Witcher, it looks gorgeous and the characters are so well realized and it's wonderful, but then Geralt is like gliding on butter through the world, and then like the horse feels fucking weird to control, and like I don't know, there's something about it that it doesn't feel as good as the action-oriented games that are completely just not realistic at all, but it doesn't feel as grounded as something like Red Dead 2 or something a little bit more realistic. And it's always kind of, I don't know, I've always been at odds with it in that way, because it's not a huge deal, but I don't know. I just feel like maybe I'll give this a shot, because I do love it. I do really like The Witcher 3, and I do want to finish it, but going through those 30 hours again, and then sticking with it to continue, knowing that Callisto Protocol is there, and February is going to be huge, and there's all these games coming out. It's like, I have to wait for absolutely nothing to be going on. And I have to know that absolutely nothing will be going on for months if I'm going to play The Witcher 3 again. So I think I will, but I'm not going to do it right away. I have to wait, because I know me. I'm going to get distracted by something new that comes out. I'm going to be like, ooh, what's this over here? Because there's always something new. In fact, earlier this year probably would have been the best time to do it, but there wasn't a port. So I'll probably wait for another time like that before I jump into it, because I do want to see it through. I do want to finish it. But I have so many things in the backlog too. I still have to finish Prey, probably after God of War. So I don't know. I'll get to it.
Yeah, for me, it's just a non-starter in the sense that I just don't. It's as you said, I don't have the time or the inclination to really even imagine this. There's just too many other things I want to play, like way too many other things I want to play. But they might hit me in a now that it exists. To your point, it might hit me in a quiet moment where the time is right. But it's not now, and it's just too much of a time sacrifice. That's especially the way I play games. I played it for 40 hours in 2015 and then never went back. And so I would need to certainly begin again. And what are we looking at here? 100 plus hours. So that's going to take me the better part of a month probably to do. And I don't know. I would rather spend, I know it's weird, but I would rather spend that time with Trails of Cold Steel 2 or something than play this again. So that's just my take. However, shout out to the Witcher fans out there. I know it's a beloved game. Micah, it's one of her favorite games of all time. So she absolutely adores The Witcher, and she's stoked about that as well. And I think a lot of people, I'm actually in some ways much more excited about the remake of the first game and the potential of that sucking me into the world of The Witcher, but We'll see. Okay. Number 2. Though we knew it existed based on sporadic interviews and random financial reports, its existence is now official. Control 2 is in development at Remedy Entertainment. Control 2 will, of course, be the sequel to 2019's surprise hit, the third-person action shooter Control, which launched on PlayStation 4 that year, and which came to PlayStation 5 natively in 2021. Now, it's true that Control 2 was tacitly revealed back in 2021, when Control 2, known as Project Heron at the time, was revealed alongside a so-called Project Condor, one of several projects Remedy is pursuing, though these are the only 2 in the Control universe. And we knew then that Remedy was going to dance with the ones that brought them, going with boutique outfit 505 Games as publisher, just as they did with the first game. Made on a surprisingly low budget of only $30 million, Control 2's budget is larger at $50 million. Not surprisingly, this game will be built on Northlight, Remedy's proprietary engine, which was first introduced with the Xbox console exclusive Quantum Break, launched in 2016. According to both publisher and developer, Control has surpassed 3 million copies sold and is, quote, the biggest investment 505 Games has ever made, end quote, according to a press release. The planned timing for this release is unknown, though it's targeting PlayStation 5. Remedy, a publicly traded company on the Finnish stock exchange, employs some 300 people and released its first game, Death Rally, on PC in 1996. However, the studio came to prominence upon the release of Max Payne, which came to PlayStation 2 in 2001. It was followed by a sequel in 2003. Remedy would then go on to find itself in Xbox's second-party camp for the better part of a decade, long toiling away on 2010's Alan Wake and its 2012 downloadable follow-up, as well as the aforementioned 2016 Xbox One game Quantum Break. Remedy more recently released Control in 2019, a remastered version of Alan Wake, which came to both PS4 and PS5 in 2021, and an ill-received addition to South Korean firm's Crossfire franchise with Crossfire X. There are 5 games now in development at the studio. Alan Wake 2, slated for PS5 in 2023, a remake of Max Payne and Max Payne 2 planned together with Rockstar, and a mysterious Tencent-funded game called Vanguard, in addition to 2 Control projects. I think we all loved this game, but Dustin, you weren't on the show at the time that we were talking most about Control. The show was still in California at the time. What what are your thoughts on Control 2? Are you looking forward to this, and are you a Remedy fan?
I'm definitely a Remedy fan. Control is an interesting one in that I really enjoy the world and I really enjoy the gameplay overall with that game. There's a lot of things that I thought they were really unique. Something that sometimes you play a game or you see a movie or whatever, and it's a world or a story unlike anything. And I feel like that's firmly where Control sits in my mind. I remember feeling pretty unsatisfied with the ending of the game, and that kind of soured it a little bit for me. And I also felt like as cool as some of the documents in the game are, there's just too many of them. I just don't want to sit and read for 5 minutes at a time, like 6 times an hour when you pick something up in this game. The amount of stuff they wrote, I mean, it's impressive, but just not really what I'm looking for. So Control 2, going back to that, I just wonder, how can they expand on the world in a way that is interesting and also surprising? Because it's like, we got a fridge that was like possessed in the last game and like transported people to some like demon realm. I'm trying to remember what it was. So they've already done a lot of cool and wacky things. And I wonder if they'll do a direct sequel where you play as the same character, which I can't remember her name right now.
What is the character's name? I don't remember either. Let me look.
Yeah. Or if they'll do something totally, like maybe it also takes place in the oldest house, which is a great name, by the way. That's such a cool location.
Yeah, the skyscraper.
Yeah.
Where is the protagonist? Yeah, Jesse Faden.
Jesse Faden, that's right.
And her recently deceased. Yeah, right.
It's important to remember, Remedy's last thing they did was total shit. The Crossfire X single-player campaign. Maddie was pretty extensive about how bad that was. So it's a little concerning, but who knows what the circumstances. It's already weird that they were working on a game that they were only making a part of it. So I'm willing to give them
it's also a genre. It's also a genre that they don't normally. I don't know. I don't really put too much stock in Crossfire X as a indication of what Remedy can do. You know what I mean? I'm pretty excited. I loved Control. Control was such a breath of fresh air at the time that I played it, because it was a game that looked gorgeous and played well the whole time. Like, you know what I mean? Like it was like this rare marriage of like great visual fidelity, great like presentation, and just this Doom style, almost Doom level kind of just kinetic combat and just great game feel. I'm really excited at the prospect of what a sequel could be. Although I'm kind of with Dustin, where it's like I have no idea what they could do, which is all the more exciting to me. Super stoked. I love telekinesis.
Yeah, me too. I thought this game was just one of the most interesting games I've played in recent memory, I think. And when Control 2 comes out around that time, I'll go and play Control on PS5 and refresh myself and do all that. I platinumed it on PS4, but yeah, really, really special game, really interesting game. I like the deep lore, although I agree, something that really requires you to sit there literally for hours and hours to read it all, which is true, is asking a lot of the player, but it's there if you want it. And it's pretty neat that they do that at all, because they really don't have to. And I doubt there are very many people that even take advantage of it. And the other thing that's surprising to me, and it's in their most recent press release, which is what I said here in our write-up, is 3 million copies is awesome, but that's so low. What are you guys doing out there? Who's not buying and playing Control? I don't get that. How is that not 10 million? Seriously.
At the very least, like 5 to 6 million. It is crazy that it's that low.
Yeah, that is nuts. I don't think people understand what they're missing out here with Control, and I think it's cheaper than ever. You definitely go play it if you haven't checked it out already.
It was free, right? On PS Plus.
Oh yeah, that's right.
At one point. So no excuse.
So certainly more than 3 million players. They were explicit in copies sold, which is cool. And who knows at what cost. It's all about that appropriate or not appropriate, but I mean, just it's nice. I mean, they're in Europe a little cheaper, but $30 million to make a game like Control, that's pretty impressive. And I'm surprised they're only putting $50 million into the new one. I guess they don't feel like they need to give it too much more than that. But nonetheless, congratulations to them on having all those balls in the air, as it were. Whoa. And hopefully they're able to catch them all as they come down one by one. Alan Wake 2, I'm really interested to see how people care about that, because I remember reading their last financial report. I think they said Alan Wake Remastered undersold, and I believe it. I don't feel like anyone was talking about it. So we'll see how Alan Wake 2 does. They're publishing that themselves, I think. Okay. Number 3. This one's a little long, but let's get into it. While we're as tired of talking about the Microsoft Activision saga as you are hearing about it, there has been a relevant update that's certainly worth discussing. According to our friends at Video Games Chronicle, which mercifully listened to The Verge's Decoder podcast so we didn't have to, Xbox head Phil Spencer said the following in part to Microsoft. He said it's in part in regard to Microsoft's chase for mega conglomerate Activision and all it entails. When it comes to Call of Duty, the sticking point for PlayStation, Spencer said, quote, "The idea that we would write a contract that says the word forever in it, I think is a little bit silly. But to make a longer term commitment that Sony would be comfortable with, that regulators would be comfortable with, I would have no issue with that at all," end quote. The mysterious thing from here is that VGC claims this is the first time Spencer gave an indication Microsoft would concede points to Sony and regulators, but that's far from true. He said on multiple occasions now that Call of Duty would be on PlayStation indefinitely, but for a prolonged period of time and far in excess of the current deal with Sony, which Activision itself inked and which runs through 2024 when a rumored Treyarch game will launch. A couple of months ago, Spencer said they would be willing to extend this deal to 2027. Now it appears they're willing to go even further, perhaps in the range of 10 years or more in totality, or maybe longer, as Spencer continued, quote, "We think Call of Duty will be on PlayStation as long as players want to play Call of Duty on PlayStation, and that's not a competitive threat against PlayStation. That's just a pragmatic way of looking at it. Ellipsis. Sony does not have to take Game Pass on their platform to make that happen. There's nothing hidden. We want to continue to ship Call of Duty on PlayStation without any kind of weird aha," end quote. This is now the second time Spencer has openly mentioned the very possibility of getting Game Pass on PlayStation, something this podcast has long discussed as Microsoft's endgame when it comes to its arch rival, and something that I've taken so much heat for that it would even be possible. We have Phil Spencer now twice mentioning that is obviously something that they've even talked about. As for Call of Duty, it's clear why the game is so important, since it cleared $1 billion in sales in under a week, of which 30% of that is free money for the platform holders. Not to mention all the subscription, microtransaction, and other commerce that they scrape. It's a hill for these sides worth dying on. Yet the purchase of Activision Blizzard comes with a third leg of the stool, a very lucrative one that's seldom mentioned in our sphere, King. According to VGC, Spencer said on that same podcast that King is actually the most essential piece of the puzzle for Microsoft, though whether he really believes that or not is another thing. He said in part, quote, "I don't think anybody needs the quote from us to understand how irrelevant we are in mobile. Anyone who picks up their phone and decides to play a game would see that on their own," ellipsis. In terms of the Activision opportunity, and I keep saying this over and over, and it is true, it definitely starts with a view that people want to play games on every device that we have, and in a funny way, the smallest screen that we play on is actually the biggest screen when you think about the installed base on phone. That's just a place where if we don't gain relevancy as a gaming brand, we're not alone in seeing this. Over time, the business will become kind of untenable for any of us. If we're not able to find customers on phones or any screen that someone wants to play on, you really are going to get a segmented to a niche part of gaming that running a global business will become very challenging. As a percent of the overall gaming business, the console business is shrinking because the overall business is growing and console staying relatively flat as a business. Same with PC, end quote. So that's a lot there, but Dustin, give me your analysis on what Phil Spencer has said here.
I think it's funny that Phil, he's kind of done this to himself, specifically thinking back to the Bethesda purchase, where kind of lightly imply that there was going to be exclusivity and then kind of say something else. And it was kind of up in the air until he had to like boldly say what he actually meant. And I feel like this is somewhat the same case where I watched the clip and he was like, no, it's not, there's no intention like the PlayStation would have to have Game Pass or anything like that. And it's like, well, it's because of the way you worded it last time where you said it is our intent to continue to release Call of Duty on PlayStation. And it's like, sure, maybe people were being too nitpicky with his exact words, but you've given them reason to do that because you kind of waver around in exactly what you mean as far as exclusivity. So that was probably the funniest part overall. But yeah, I think that as I don't know if being nervous is the right word, but as this is continually elevating as far as being fully investigated in Europe, that they are going to try to say what they need to say and do what they need to do in order to do whatever they can to make sure this deal goes through. at this point, including stuff like this. So I guess I'll leave it at that, just because a lot of the more lawyery technical stuff about having a contract indefinitely, I really just don't know about.
Fair enough. Chris, do you have anything you want to share with us?
I don't know. I don't know if I have anything new to say. We've gone over this before, and I think Dustin pretty much hammered on everything that I would have said.
Yeah, I would I would generally agree. Relatively speaking, we're all tired of hearing this story, and I don't know why. I don't know. It's a pat on the back moment for our show, I think, because our analysis has been pretty accurate the entire time. Yeah. That Game Pass is going to become this thing that's going to be bandied around to different platforms. That Call of Duty they're going to try to play some semantic game to keep Call of Duty on PlayStation forever. That this is going to be interpreted as keeping Game Pass on PlayStation. And now they have to say something about that not coming out. That Call of Duty would not be tenable without PlayStation's audience. That Call of Duty would be too expensive to make without PlayStation's money. Like, Microsoft has said all of these things that I have hypothesized. And it's just clear that they are buying concessions from each other over time. I'm sure there's a lot of back channeling going on. And it's really specifically the EU that is holding this up, not even the domestic market for these companies, although King is largely housed overseas. So it's just a reiteration of a very important product. I don't intend that we will keep talking about this until we have more solidified information. But it's just worth noting that Phil Spencer is doing the rounds knowing he's going to be asked by media about these very important questions, and the answers are getting softer and softer and softer and softer and softer. And I think they kind of know what time it is. And I have to admit, this shows my own ignorance in issues of law and economics, I suppose. But Sony's fight against this seemed so improbable, and it worked. Like, it actually worked. Sony actually is getting deeper concessions than Microsoft would have ever noted. And I think Microsoft is making it seem like inevitable in some way, because I think they need to kind of satiate their stockholders and kind of create a new parallel culture with these brands that don't make them exclusive first, but perhaps Xbox Game Pass driving products. In other words, why wouldn't you just go to Xbox? But you don't have to. And as long as that's an option, I don't think Sony gives a flying fuck about Spyro. I don't think they care about Crash Bandicoot. I don't think they care about King. I don't think they care about any of that stuff. And so it's always been the same story. Okay, let's move on to number 4. As happens each and every month, the NPD Group, an American lobbying and data firm focusing on the domestic games industry, has released its monthly sales data, indicating the best-selling hardware and software in the world's biggest gaming market. For starters, PlayStation 5 was the best-selling console again this month, as the hardware is now easier to find than ever. I was actually reading, I think on Push Square or VGC, one of these sites, that there's a tracker that tracks automated purchasing of goods, and tracks that basically tells you that they're being farmed because they're popular. And PlayStation 5 is falling down this list as it's becoming less lucrative for people to go farm with bots and all the rest. As for the always interesting sales charts, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 was the best-selling game of the month. It was only on sale in the month for 4 days. It was followed by Gotham Knights in second place, a trio of sports games in third through fifth, Persona 5 at 7th, Star Ocean The Divine Force at 14, and Nier Automata at 19. Elden Ring remains the best-selling game of 2022 so far, though Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 is already hot on its heels after less than a week. Lego Star Wars The Skywalker Saga is the third best-selling game in the US in 2022, with other notable entries including Horizon Forbidden West at 6, MLB The Show 22 at 7, Gran Turismo 7 at 10, Gotham Knights at 14, Saints Row at 16, and Miles Morales at 20. When accounting only for PlayStation platforms, these were the 10 best-selling games for the month in the US. Modern Warfare 2, Gotham Knights, FIFA 23, Madden NFL 23, NHL 23, NBA 2K 23, Star Ocean The Divine Force, PGA Tour 2K 23, The Last of Us Part 1, and Elden Ring. We have a letter here from Frisbee Dog. Frisbee, like bzz, dog. Rough. God of War Ragnarok and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, he wrote, have recently set sales records despite analysts showing a correction of minus 4.2% year over year for the console gaming market, which is something we talked about earlier. These are just 2 recent examples of pre-existing IPs topping the sales charts, and more significantly, that it happened in a recession. My question is this. If you are a decision maker at an independent studio that has one shot to make a big budget game, what rationale could be made that would support the development and marketing of a new IP versus licensing an existing one? Another way to ask the question, if you borrowed tens of millions of dollars and had 100 developers' jobs on the lines, would you tell them and their family that 5 years of their time making a new IP is better than taking the same gameplay mechanics and slapping on a proven IP with data to support it? I wish for a world where creatives can work on new IP, but I fear that consumer behavior has made it clear that the Marvel universe is here to stay. Let's face reality. If the big guys can't justify a steady stream of new IP in the AAA space, how will we get them? Nice analysis, Frisbee Dog, and thank you for writing in. Dustin, let's go to you first.
I think.
I'm sorry. Let me set it up real quick. I'm sorry.
Set me up.
Well, I was just going to say, it's important to note, negative 4.2% year over year for the console gaming market indicates a softening of sales to a new normal, like we noted earlier. But it is interesting to note, as Frisbee Dog says, we are in a recession now. And while gaming is softer, these games at the top are selling more than ever, which really is kind of sad because he's put two and two together, and this is what you'll talk about, no doubt, that everyone else suffers because it just means there's actually less than there even would be in a better year where there would be, for instance, 4% more revenue. So it really does suck. We are going to be in a permanent era, I think, of remakes, revitalizations, remasters, re-releases, sequels, trilogies, prequels. It's going to be a fucking nightmare. I really do think that this does indicate that, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, and it's difficult just because the three of us, aren't like everybody else. The audience has made that very clear, and that's fine. You know, sure, we like our different.
I like good games
and remasters.
Yeah,
and sometimes good games can be remakes and remasters,
yeah.
But we also are in the minority of wanting new stuff regularly, from what it seems. So, yeah, I think that's definitely true. That's probably the forecast is definitely more and more sequels, remakes, prequels, stuff like that. The issue I think that can come up is that, I don't know, I was thinking this when you were reading it. Now that I'm saying it out loud, I don't know if it's true, is that it's like sometimes you can run an IP into the ground and people kind of lose interest. But I don't even know if that's true also, because initially I was thinking of like they did the 3 God of War, or not God of War. Well, yeah, actually this applies to both IPs. They did the 3 God of War games, and then they did Ascension, and it kind of felt like maybe God of War was out of gas. And I guess at that time that it was, but then it was refueled. Same thing with Gears of War. They did their 3 Gears of War games, and then they did that 4th one that wasn't a numbered Judgment, right? And it seemed like Gears of War was out of gas, and then it wasn't. So I don't know. I guess I've disproven my own point is that you can run IPs into the ground, but if you give them a little break and return with a really good game, then it's kind of back. So maybe we are bound for God of War being put down for a few years until there's, Son of War at some point in 5 to 10 years when we're ready for Kratos and Atreus to come back, or whoever. Maybe it's some other God of War, I don't know. It's I think the thing that we could at least hope for is that when we do get these sequels, that they are revitalized and made new properly in ways that are respectful to the original and can enhance the original. Because I think that a lot of times, and I'm not going to say the obvious IP that we talk about every week, that brought it back and did not understand the original at all. And I think that's totally obvious, but I think that's what we can hope for. Make the originals better by expanding. It feels rare that happens.
Yeah.
Chris, do you have a follow-up here?
I mean, we say like, oh man, we're headed into this realm of remakes and sequels and prequels, and I'm like, I feel like the the 2 astronauts in space.
Yeah,
it's like
it already is.
How many versions of Street Fighter 2 did we get? Like how even going like way far back even. Like it's not like this is a new thing necessarily. It's the issue. The problem is now that games are so big and there's so much to lose now that the risk of making something new is not worth it's just not worth the risk in comparison. And I do think the Marvel the Marvel formula has probably impacted video games a lot more than I think most people think or are cognizant of. I do think there is I mean, even looking back to Prey in 2017, where that game was a System Shock kind of successor. It was supposed to be, hey, we love System Shock, we love immersive sims. Let's make one in a space thing with aliens that can mimic, and we'll give the player all these different options. And then Bethesda was like, no one knows what System Shock is. Also, we don't own the IP to System Shock. Also, you can't make a new IP because no one's going to pay attention to this. So just attach it to Prey, this IP that we had from long ago, even though it has nothing to... There is nothing in Prey 2017 that connects back to Prey from 2006 or 5 or whatever year it was. Nothing whatsoever. There are no characters. There's no world. There is no lore. It's just called Prey again because that's an IP they owned that would get more eyes on it than a new IP that had no staying power at all. Even though I would argue Prey had no staying power really all that much. I liked it, but it wasn't a big hit or anything. So, I mean, we've been here for a while. I don't think it's new in the sense of like, 2022 is the year that it's going to happen. I think we're still going to continue to get new IPs. I still think we're going to continue to get remasters and sequels and prequels. I mean, what is it? We got The Last of Us 2 remastered like a year later. This is the industry, and we might see a ramping up of this potentially, but I don't foresee that much of a shift. Largely due to the fact that independent developers are a lot more capable and have a lot more tools available to them than they did back in the I made a game with zombies in it days, or back in the Braid days, or back in the Limbo days. Like there are indie games out there that look amazing. And I think that's probably where we're going to get most of our new IPs. And I think I'm kind of okay with that, to be honest. I would definitely prefer more. I would definitely prefer like, hey, Naughty Dog, go make this new thing. Hey, Sony Santa Monica, go make this new thing. And I'm sure they will eventually. But the idea that new IPs are just kind of gone with the wind because sequels are so profitable and the industry is so big that we have to rely on them. I think it's a little... In the AAA space, you might not be wrong, but I think overall, I just think maybe we need to expand our horizons a little bit and check out smaller titles that... I mean, even something like Evil West, like what the hell is that? Oh my god, those pixel art games that we were talking about recently in the last episode, I think. There's a lot of cool stuff out there.
Oh, in the episode that's going to come out next month.
Oh, right. Sorry.
Yeah.
Time's all fucked up. You'll see that in 2 years. But yeah, I don't know. I still think there's gonna, like, Cult of the Lamb. We're still getting really cool, like, weird things. They're definitely not the same as we used to get. We're not gonna get Fracture again, probably.
That's unfortunate.
or something like that. But I'm not so doom and gloom necessarily.
I am a little doom and gloom, just shockingly, just in the sense that I think there is a detachment between a growing segment of the audience's understanding of what it costs to make video games and that expectations of game length and production value and all of this are fine, but are going to be met with a lot of failures. And this isn't fundamentally the market's fault or the individual consumer's fault. Obviously, things are going to demand what they demand. I mean, there's nothing anyone should be adjusting their behavior for. That's just the way things go. But as someone who loves video games and loves the industry and making games and talking about them and doing all the rest, I just want people to understand that let me put it this way. There will be a price to pay, I think, for our lack of understanding, and I would say even maybe lack of grace in understanding some of the topics, choices, realities of game development, really critical reviews, just beating the shit out of games and developers for choices they make, things like crunch and all the necessities of trying to get value out of labor. And I don't know, I just feel like there's a reckoning coming for that, and it sucks. And we'll get a little bit more into that in actually, let's just get right into it right now. This was going to be number 6, but I'll make this number 5. Some news has emerged out of mega publisher Embracer that's worth noting, most of it derived from their extensive recently released financial reports. First, a big number as revealed by website Push Square. Embracer Group anticipates releasing an insane 234 games by the end of March 2026. Of those, 25 are termed AAA, which indicates that we're going to be predictably getting a lot of A fare from Embracer in the years to come. And a recent AAA game of theirs, Saints Row, isn't a good sign of things to come. It performed within financial expectations for Embracer Group and its PlayOn subdivision, used to be Koch Media, where Saints Row stems. Indeed, the failure of the game critically means Embracer is conducting the first of what will be at least several team movements within Embracer's larger family, according to the website Video Games Chronicle. As such, Volition, the team behind Saints Row and Red Faction, amongst others, is being moved to within the Gearbox family, likely to work on other products. And speaking of PlayOn, one of its imprints, Deep Silver, owns a team called Dambuster in the UK. They have long been working on what is widely known to be the third iteration of Dead Island 2, which was announced nearly a decade ago. Once scheduled for release on PS4 and PS5 on February 3rd, Dead Island 2 will now arrive on April 28th, a nearly 3-month delay for a game that has already gone through 3 different teams and perhaps 10 years of development. Dambuster is, of course, known for their bad 2016 open-world shooter Homefront: The Revolution, and the team spawned from Crytek Studio family back in the day. So, in the nature of what we're talking about, do we really want this? Oh my God. I read about it. I'm sorry, man. I read about Embracer Group and I gloss over it. Saints Row is just the most recent example. Dead Island 2. All of this just churn. Oh, you didn't like Saints Row? Too bad it fell within financial expectations. Churn. Like, it's just so much. And I think that's going to be a problem come to bear too. Like, I really believe that Embracer Group is not well set up to survive in its current form. Like, it's got too many arms, too many entities, too many games in development. How can this be?
Yeah.
How can it be? When we're talking about money being sucked to the top, they're not going to have any of those games. Guarantee you that. So with that said, they're going to have less to work with more games at the bottom. Dude, 234 games in 4 years. That's like 1/3 of the NES catalog.
Yeah.
That's a lot of games. That's a lot of games. Boy, oh boy. I don't know, man. Anything to add about Embracer before I move on?
Sounds like they're going to be embracing mediocrity more than anything, most likely.
Oh,
God, you know what's crazy about that too? They did that to themselves. They didn't even like apparently, like, as far as what I know, like, and it might not be accurate, but Saints Row wasn't particularly overwrought with studio oversight. You know, like, it wasn't like Embracer was like, hey, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. As far as I know, Volition was able to do what they wanted, and they chose to make that. They chose to rename the thing Jim Robs of their own creative volition. And I don't know. That's sucks. I don't like when studios are folded in to bigger studios to act as support studios. I think it was a really, really stupid, tragic thing that they did to the studio Toys for Bob, who made Crash 4, which is a very, very, very underrated platformer. Like, shockingly. And then they just folded them into the Call of Duty team. It's that to me is sad.
Vicarious Visions happened to them too.
Yeah, as well. Yeah. After they did good shit too, like, just recently. It's so confusing.
Well,
but
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Call of Duty machine. No, the Call of Duty machine needs its fucking soul sacrifice, I guess.
Totally. Oh, Soul Sacrifice was such a good game too. It wasn't that good, actually. It was fine. Yeah, to me, and we can move on from this topic. I just, in my heart of hearts, I just do not see how a corporation like Embracer survives. I mean, hold on a second. In its current form, let me see here. So 2026, so that's 48 months. So 230. I mean, how can that be? That can't. Is that right? I don't know, man. That's like almost 5 games a month. I mean, I don't even understand who they're for, how you market them, how you recoup your money, how you do the PR for them, how you do physical releases and all this stuff.
How they don't cannibalize each other.
Yeah.
Like how many different types of games could you possibly make that they wouldn't cannibalize? That you're going to make 230 entirely unique video games that don't overlap at all. Wow.
I just don't see it. I already see cracks in the shell here, in my opinion. I'm sure they're going to have some big hits, and I'm sure that costs are down. It's important to note that a lot of their studios are not in the United States, where it's most expensive to make games. And Volition happens to be one of those American studios, and they're now folding them in. So I think a lot of other studios are safer, but again, the money being sucked to the top, and they're going to be competing with each other in the middle space. And I just feel like this investment is so extreme. At the very least, in this era of high interest rates, they can't buy any more studios. I think they're basically done. They have to be. Unless they just are rife with cash and can do it in cash. But usually you take loans against those things and borrow, and you can't do it at this high cost. I'm fascinated by Embracer. I want to know everything about them. Like more than any other entity probably in games. I need to understand it. How you own like 8 different entities that then own 100+ studios that are then working on 250 games, and that just seems ambitious. Were you going to say something?
I was going to say, it sounds like maybe this is just some very elaborate money laundering scheme where just some mediocre games have been shat out.
Like the Alameda and FTX thing that was happening with crypto recently.
They're suing Larry David or whatever the hell.
I saw that. Yeah.
Because he was in an ad. But the funniest thing about that is that he's in an ad, and in the ad, they're being like, "You should look at this crypto thing," and Larry David's like, "Nah, I don't think so. It doesn't seem like a good idea."
It's as I've said on the show in the past. Either things that you don't understand, 2 options. Either you don't understand them because you don't have the intellect to understand them, or they don't make sense. And those are the only 2 ways you can go.
Or you don't care. That's
true too. But if I present you with 2 + 2 = 4, either you don't know the answer or you do. You know, and like it's to me, you see this, and I think at some point people have to. How do I put this? I feel like society in modernity has tricked a lot of people into thinking they're not as smart or instinctual as they are. And I think that authentic and smart people get caught up in things that they shouldn't, because they think they overthink it or think there's something there that isn't, and they think this is the normal run of business, but it's really not. You got to be careful out there.
Yep.
Be careful out there. Number 5, or no, this would be number 6 now. I'm sorry. This is the final item for the news. Website Gamesual. I don't know how to say that. As relayed by multiple sources, has discovered a rather interesting patent recently filed by Sony, which indicates that the company is indeed investigating blockchain and ledger technology that will perhaps culminate in NFTs or something similar. However, some of what they're working on doesn't actually sound stupid, at least in premise. So here's the rub. In a patent filed under the name Tracking Unique In-Game Digital Assets Under Tokens on a Distributed Ledger. Oh, that sounds like good reading. Ideas relating to digital items and activities conducted with, around, and those and with these items was outlined in abstract and image form. In an image accompanying the patent, a rifle is shown on the left. So a rifle in a video game. I looked at this or whatever. So as shown, where am I here? Yeah, with a name above it. So you're seeing a rifle with a name above it, as well as the owning player. And on the right is a ledger of everything the gun has done, who the gun killed in what games and when, and various values, presumably for a marketplace. So if you look at the image, to the left, it's a gun and the name of the gun, and then like some user information. And on the right, it says, this gun killed this person in this game at this time. This gun killed this person in this game at this time, and so on and so forth. Pretty interesting. As noted by the website, this patent was filed more than a year ago and wasn't published until this month. The abstract reads, quote, a system and method for tracking digital assets associated with video games. The digital assets may be in-game digital assets, such as in-game items or characters. The digital assets may be video games, digital media assets representing moments of gameplay of a video game, such as video clips or images. The digital asset is created, and a distributed ledger tracking a history of the digital asset is created and stored across devices. A unique token for the digital asset can include a unique identifier and metadata identifying properties of the digital asset, end quote. It later goes on to state the obvious, quote, In traditional video games, there is no way to differentiate a specific instance of an in-game item that a famous player of the video game used to win a famous tournament from any other instances of the in-game item, end quote. Further included artwork further illustrates the idea, showing a video clip of a shooter where a famous match was won, or even the gun used to get that kill. Another image is a clip of someone executing a speedrun. As always, Sony trademarks and patents many, many things that it has no intention of using. And big corporations often trademark and patent ideas, licenses, could be IP, potential technologies, and more as a protective measure. That said, this seems like the exact direction gaming is going in, and so this is a patent worth keeping an eye on as it portends a different kind of future. When I was reading about this on GameJewel, you got to do something about that name. I'm sorry.
Yeah, terrible name.
The horrible. But thank you for the information, earnestly, but you got to do something about that name. But when I was reading about this, I was like, some of this doesn't sound bad. It's actually kind of interesting. I don't know if other games do it or not, but the idea of having a rifle, right? And this is a rifle anyone can buy with, say, in-game or real currency. But this version of the rifle killed Dustin Furman on this map at this time. Does that have an intrinsic value above and beyond the rifle itself? This is a lot more interesting to me than artificial scarcity of items based on blockchain and value, if that makes sense. In other words, injecting something with provenance is a little more interesting of a use of this than anything else. What do you think?
I was just thinking, what if this existed only that you could buy PewDiePie's gun that he used on the bridge?
Yeah.
In the infamous moment. I'm sure that's would be
exactly
worth
right.
The bridge gun. If you know, you know. But it's interesting hearing about this just because I recently watched, I don't know if I was able to finish it because it was kind of a long video, but a YouTube channel called People Makes Games did a video called Valve's Gambling Problem. It's really interesting because it's about Counter-Strike Go skins in the game.
Yeah.
And there's a whole world that I had I knew very little about this idea of like certain gun skins in the game being worth thousands of dollars, and people connect their accounts to betting websites where it's like a literal slot machine of these different gun skins that have different values that then you can like unapproved, but Valve turns a blind eye, like websites where you can cash it out. It's literally like gambling with Counter-Strike Go skins. And so beside that, though, what's interesting is that there's clearly some kind of value and ownership to these guns that you can buy and sell to other players. But what's always interesting to me is that it doesn't use blockchain technology. I haven't seen a good argument yet when we've seen Valve create an entire black market gambling system around the skins of the guns on their game. Totally fine without blockchain. So I'm not surprised that Sony and many, many other companies are looking at this and seeing dollar signs like, hey, if we can give people the ability to buy and sell their stuff in game and we take a 30% cut of every sale done, why not? That's easy. That's like ultra easy money. The blockchain stuff is the stuff that I don't really understand what the value in that is.
I think the idea is that it's verifiable by everyone. Like there's no spoofing it, I guess, is the idea. But I don't know, Chris, how do you feel about this? I there's something, when something new is presented to me and it goes into my brain, it can go down a route where it's like, nah, and just spits it out. And that's usually NFTs and blockchain and crypto and all of that. But there is some little tether down another route in my brain where it's like, oh, wait, what? The idea of not having scarce items per se, but items that have provenance is actually kind of interesting. Like I don't hate it. I don't hate that idea at all. Like saying you were in a game with a famous YouTuber and you killed him with the rifle, and the rifle now has the provenance of killing that YouTuber. I don't give a shit about that, but I'm not going to judge someone else for not giving a shit about that. And that might be the reality of living in a digital world anyway. So maybe it's just, this is the first concept of that. Nonetheless, I'm curious what you think.
I don't know. It's tricky. Like I don't. I'll say this: I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about it. Like to me, it's like I don't hate it in the same way that I hate just the idea of NFTs for sure. But this doesn't make me excited or doesn't make me interested, and it's just like this is it's not even remotely interesting to me. But I will say the issue that I foresee in this, it's like you could kind of manipulate the value of these things almost inherently based on who you like. For instance, if I was like a really, really famous, famous content creator, like a PewDiePie levels, and I played a game for maybe one match, right? And I got killed once, and then I never played it again. The gun that would have killed me would theoretically have a lot of value. But if I play the game like a normal fucking person, which is like several times a week, surely a ton of people are going to have a gun that has killed me. You know, the value is just going to it's going to just continuously decrease.
Yeah, that's true. And this might be the brick wall to the whole concept. I just think conceptually it makes, it's not about scarcity and having and not having, but rather just the inherent nature of using an item, very similar to how
Like
your
stat
grandfather,
tracking.
your grandfather hands you a Swiss Army knife, you know? I don't know,
Yeah,
something like that.
It's like if a Swiss Army knife that your grandfather gave you, if it had like stat tracking in it or something.
Well, that's the thing though, is that's like we have to conceptualize a different, we don't have to, because there might not be a parallel, but like, you know how there are words in German like Schadenfreude and all that we can't really translate? There might be these concepts of items that we can't really conceptualize because we've not lived a sufficient digital lifestyle yet. And one of those things might be, we're saying like kill tracking, but it could be that Factions comes out, I become really prolific in Factions, I kill a bunch of people with this gun, and I give it to my son. Maybe that sounds stupid.
Family heirloom.
Maybe that sounds
collection.
Maybe that sounds stupid as fuck right now.
Yeah.
But maybe it won't be. I don't know. I have no idea. I just think that this is a much more interesting tether than just this NFT scarcity. Something exists and is valuable because it's one of a kind. That's working in reverse. Making something one of a kind because of what it did. Like a famous person living in a house and the house being notable because the famous person lived in it, not because it's a house.
Right.
That is the problem with NFTs, and this in some way kind of gets around it.
Yeah, I understand it. It's not something that I'm remotely interested in, at least not right now.
Yeah,
like whatever. It's not egregious, I guess. And Destiny even has like something kind of. It doesn't necessarily keep track of everything you do with it, but in Destiny there are stat trackers on guns that you can apply. And they'll keep track of like, so there are people with like, you know, here's a Telesto that's killed like 50,000 PvP combatants, and you see that, and it's like that's kind of cool. It's like an interesting little bit of. I love stat tracking, so I'm less opposed to this than normal because I just think that's an interesting part of video games, and I actually wish more video games did it in a sufficient way. A lot of video games stat tracking is kind of terrible. And so, yeah, this is fine. It's just its connection to the blockchain is what kind of sullies it a little bit for me, because it's just like every time I've ever heard of anything connected to the blockchain, it's always been just dumb shit, with the exception of cryptocurrency, and even that's kind of like teetering on the edge, you know, especially lately.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's interesting, and hopefully it. I'll say the destructive capability of this implementation is not particularly high. And so I'm okay with it.
All right, fair enough.
When I die, I want my grandson to receive my vast collection of waifus that I will amass.
Mm-hmm.
You know, pass them down. Make sure they get the same pleasure out of them.
Jeez. Did you have to use that word? Like that particular word?
I was going to apologize, but I really I'm not.
You're
going
not
to.
sorry. That's fine.
You're not sorry. I'm sorry I heard it, but you're not sorry.
No.
All right, let's end this episode like we do each and every week with 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience. Remember, support us on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia for early ad-free access, the ability to submit these questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas, access to Sacred Symbols Plus, access to RSS, access to Discord, and so on and so forth. William Jackson has an inquiry I wanted to start with. He says, hey there, fellas. I know we all here at Sacred Symbols fantasize about a giant meteor annihilating the Earth and giving us all the sweet release of death. But for Christ's sake, can we at least pretend to enjoy the current rejuvenation of multimedia video game content we're receiving and is coming down the pipeline? There's nothing more annoying than hearing the continual moan of, do we really need this? It feels like we are losing perspective on how important television and movie versions of The Last of Us, Witcher, Uncharted, etc. are to the landscape of video games. No 50 or 60-year-old parent is going to sit through a 25-hour Let's Play or suddenly pick up a controller and play the actual games. Are these adaptations always good? Definitely not. But I always get excited to share these stories and worlds these games contain with my parents when they come out. They don't detract from the actual video games that could potentially open the door to more players in the long run. I look forward to Chris saying, do we really need this? When they inevitably make a Red Dead show or movie. Thank you, William, for writing in. I wanted to actually use this inquiry to ask a greater question, Chris, and we can answer. You can take this however you'd like and go on what William said as well. But is the show's tenor just too negative? And before I even go forward, I'm curious what you think about what William said and my idea that are we too critical? Are we becoming too critical?
William, do yourself a favor and get yourself a video game show that is as bad as the Halo TV show, and then come back to me when you come back to me. Tell me how you feel about that. So, I'm sure, like Cyberpunk Edge Runners, cool, really dope, really enjoyed it. Even the season 1 of The Witcher, I thought was like really, it's cool. Castlevania, wonderful. I love Castlevania. I don't necessarily think that it's a bad thing. I just think the mediums that we're choosing are all wrong. Like that Gears of like that. Something happened recently, like about Gears of War getting like a live action movie and an adult animated series. And I was thinking like, oh, a Gears animated series, that sounds dope. I'm totally into that. But the movie? What? How are you going to make that look even remotely real? Like everybody in Gears of War looks like they're swollen. They don't look strong or healthy. They look swollen. You cannot do Gears of War properly in live action. You can't do it. It's just going to look like people cosplaying. So I think my issue isn't necessarily that we're getting all of these adaptations. I just think that the way that we're going about it is really just not the right way to go about it. I think, Uncharted and Last of Us, those I can see why those are live action, because that's kind of the vibe that the games are trying to do. The games are almost trying to convince you that you're watching a movie or watching a show. So like I understand why something like that would be happening. But a Gears of War movie? No, that should be animated. Or like anything fantastical like Castlevania. Can you imagine how terrible Castlevania would be if it was live action?
It might be too much for Colin on a sexual perspective.
Yeah, I don't know if I could take it. All of those,
no,
all those wonderful vampires. What is all of this? I just got like 23 simultaneous posts from Facebook of people posting pictures.
Oh my God.
Jeez.
Beware, Facebook.
Ugh. I don't even log into Facebook. I don't even understand why I would get these emails at all. I'm deleting them right now. Dustin, what do you have to say?
So I want to reread this part here. No 50 to 60-year-old parent is going to sit through a 25-hour Let's Play. Are these adaptations always good? Bringing up this idea of having an older generation or someone who's not into games, this is their exposure. Chris, are you glad that your dad's view of Halo is Master Cheeks?
No.
Yeah, exactly. And he points it out that sometimes they're not always good, but that's kind of the point. I don't think that every great story needs to be accessible to everybody by putting it in every medium. I'm not like, damn, I wish they had a War and Peace video game so I could finally experience that. Makes no fucking sense. It's okay for it to just be a book or that kind of surrounding medium, It could also, something could just be a game too. And you know what? Like, there's certain books that I won't read because my reading comprehension is not to that skill. And that's fine. You know what? Totally good. So I don't know. It's just this idea of everything being for everybody all the time. I'm not down with that. Sometimes there are good examples. Chris, you brought up Cyberpunk Edge Runners. And what's so great is that Edge Runners is additive to the experience.
That's another key thing too. It's extra stuff. It's not a retelling of the game. It's not a retelling of the narrative. It's a completely new thing in a world that was realized in the game. And I think that's cool. That is the coolest shit to me. Like, I love that. Like, when it's like supplementary, it's like fleshing out the world, but then the game still has its purpose. And I do think he says it doesn't ruin the video game, and that's true, but I do think it robs a certain specialness of the video game when you have like, hey, here's this story, right? Like, imagine if Metal Gear Solid was turned into like a film and the film sucked. That's depressing, because what exists in Metal Gear Solid is really cool, and a lot of it is really cool because of the medium that it is. You know, there are so many. BioShock, you couldn't tell that in a movie. You couldn't do that in a TV show. That game is special because it's a video game. I would argue even The Last of Us is only really special because it's a video game. That story isn't particularly new. Like, we've seen the zombie apocalypse. We've seen father-daughter, like, or father surrogate daughter relationships in media before. Arguably kind of better. But what makes The Last of Us cool is that they managed to do that in a game, and you get to play through it and you get to experience it firsthand, and it's longer because it's a game. It's not a TV show that you have to wait for the next episode. It's not a movie where it has to be truncated into 2 hours. And I think there are certain stories that just don't translate. I think worlds translate wonderfully. I think you could have a great show in the Destiny universe. I think you could have a great show in the Halo universe. I think you could have a great show in the Gears universe, the Cyberpunk universe, the Witcher universe, any of these things. But I think the stories that these worlds are renowned for, and the reason why these things stick out in the first place, enough to inquire people to, hey, maybe we should make a live action or an animated show of this. I think that what's special about those are still rooted in the medium that they spawn in, and that's the interactive medium of games. And I don't know, it's not that I'm against it. I just wish we were smarter about how we did it. I think Edge Runners is perfect. I don't think it's like a perfect show. There's issues here and there, but it's a perfect example of maximizing what's special about video games and then using different media to be additive to it. So it doesn't become redundant for people who've played the games. It doesn't become this mischaracterization of the game for people who haven't played it. That's the best way to do it, in my opinion. And if that keeps happening, all about it. I'm all for that. But that Halo show is god awful. And I just feel grateful that you haven't experienced something like that attached to your favorite thing. Like, for real. Like, you have no idea. I'm working on a video about that show right now, and it's an hour and a half long already.
Sorry. It's gonna be like Red Letter Media. Yeah.
This is gonna be my Plinkett Star Wars.
Oh my God. All right. So I wrote a few things down, a few things I want to say about what William had to say, what William said. The one thing is that, and you both touched on this, but there's this air of seeking legitimacy that I just cannot stand.
An inferiority complex.
Right. Video games are the superior form of entertainment. It's not to say movies and television aren't awesome. I love both. I love books. There's all sorts of way music to express yourself artistically and autistically, if you'd like, as we often do here on this show. But video games are the most dynamic, engaging, and interesting way to experience art. We have nothing to prove to anyone. If part of me feels like, okay, cool, go get your money. It's cool. Uncharted, the movie, for instance, I didn't find that offensive at all. I thought it was pretty good. I didn't need it, but it was fine.
It's fine.
I believed it more than I thought I was going to. But part of me says, man, if you want Nathan Drake, come to us. Come to us. If you really want Nathan Drake, if you want The Last of Us, if you want all these things. Now we're going to give our attention to The Last of Us. We're going to dedicate a lot of Sacred Symbols Plus episodes to it when it comes to HBO in January. And we're going to give our respect to Horizon, and we're going to give our respect to Gran Turismo and all these things that come out, and Twisted Metal and whatever, and we'll see what happens. But I feel like that's the one thing I wanted to say, is that whether it's with award shows, whether it's with the way we talk about the industry and money and creation and all that, it's always chasing this legitimacy when really we should be the ones setting the standard. Yeah. Horizon sets the standard. God of War sets the standard. Call of Duty sets the standard. Cyberpunk sets the standard. Whatever. Gives a fuck about movies when you're talking about those things. That's the way I truly feel about games. Who cares? That's why when I see Kojima saying like I want to make movies, it's like why? Why would you want to do that? Yeah. Christopher Nolan should be making games. Like that to me is a bigger thing.
Oh.
Go on.
The thing also is and I think it's kind of why I have a little bit of a chip on my shoulder. Like people get on my case a lot about like, oh, Chris doesn't like a lot of Sony first party games. What's his issue? Which is funny because I actually like a decent amount of them. But I think there is an air, like you said, of there's like an inferiority complex thing, even in the way that a lot of these first party games are kind of developed. Like it's very cinematic. Like The Last of Us is really impressive, but it's also emulating a film, or it's like emulating another medium, and that's kind of what bothers me about a lot of modern games. It's like there is that inferiority complex usually bleeds into like, oh, we want to do an award show. Oh, we want to do we want to do a movie or a TV show. But when it bleeds into the actual games, that kind of starts to bug me a little bit, because I think like Metal Gear Solid, like that Psycho Mantis thing is you cannot recreate that. You can't, because I know they can't, because I've seen people try. There's movies that break the fourth wall, like Ferris Bueller's Cute. There's that She-Hulk thing where she broke into Disney Plus's app, and it's like, all right, that's kind of tacky, but whatever. I see what you're doing, but you're not going to get that experience from anything else. And I think that's what's special about video games in the first place. It's like it's such a different thing. You're not going to get BioShock if you're not the person going through that story. And I don't know, some of the best games of all time are you couldn't recreate them in live action. I don't think, or even really in an animated series. So I don't know.
I just think we have to ask ourselves, why would we? And then what do we gain from it? And what I think is that we get the most meaningful TV shows are meant to be TV shows. Mad Men, as a good example, right?
You want a Breaking Bad tactics game?
Yeah, Breaking Bad is another great example. The Sopranos. And then there are things that are meant to be books. And then there are things that are meant to be movies. And sometimes they cross over. But generally speaking, things are kind of in their lane and they belong places. And I just wanted to point that out as number one. The second thing I wanted to say, I'm going to bring up an analogy here. I used to love to hike. And I picked this up. I grew up on Long Island. We have decent hiking there, but really picked it up when I was in California, especially Northern California, because there's just so much natural geographic beauty there. And the first time you see a redwood in person, you're like, oh my God, what the fuck is this? It's bigger than you even imagined it was. It's insanity. And you see all these beautiful vistas and the ocean, and you're going through all these beautiful woods and forests in Northern California. And then what you realize is that like it's always beautiful, but it's not as beautiful after a while. And it takes more to impress you. And now you need to go to Tahoe to get impressed again. And you go hiking there and you're like, ah, yes, I've recaptured the essence of hiking up here. And now I'm going to do this for a little while. And then it gets a little tiring up there. And in other words, you're always chasing the next thing. But what's certain is that you've done a lot of hiking and you've seen a lot of hikes, and you have a good gauge of where things are going, where they've been and how they are. And that's the analogy that I think about when I think about games. I think that one of the reasons that we come off as critical, which is one of the things William says about, do we need to always hear this kind of more negative take, is I'm hiking, man. Like you gotta impress me. I've seen the redwoods. I went to Tahoe. I did all these things, So it's always nice to go back, but I'm looking for the next big thing that gets my attention too. And I don't want to get caught in this consumer reality, like consumer that always gets made fun of online, that just absorb and mouths agape, wide open and excited to buy anything. That's not what the show is. We have to challenge and push back on not only the creative entities that make these things, but more important, the corporations that tell us that we need them. That's healthy and good. And if that comes off as too heavy-handed or negative, that's the third point I wanted to say, which is that I think it's just reality. I mean, I know that everyone thinks that they live in reality, so my interpretation of it is going to be different than yours, William, but I don't care that a 50 or 60-year-old parent is going to sit down and watch a 25-hour Let's Play of Uncharted, because it's not for them. It's for players of video games.
Yeah.
That to me is that's okay. And if that comes off as kind of negative, I think that's a realistic point of view. And my outlook on games and things that happen come from a hiker who's in the woods every day. Does that make sense? I think to me it does. It's like, yeah, I get it. There are fucking trees. And I love the trees. But to really bowl me over, I'm going to be honest with you and tell you that you're going to have to drop me somewhere other than Tahoe.
Yeah.
Because I've seen it. That's it. That's kind of the analogy I've developed. And so I'm sorry if it comes off as we don't celebrate or aren't excited enough, but I just can't fake that. I love video games. I love video games so much, obviously. But we have such a great choice, so let's be as hard as we can on them. And let the cream rise to the top, my friends. All right. Let's move on to Brian Walsh. It says, hi, Colin, I've got a trophy question for you, but I'm eager to hear from the whole gang. In Tuesday's episode of Plus, you discounted your platinum trophy count by stating your games were more time sinks than difficulty based. This has been an interesting topic in the trophy community about how exactly platinum trophies difficulties are rated. For example, Fortnite's platinum is fully dedicated to Save the World game mode and requires about 500 hours of mindless grinding. The PSN Profile's difficulty rating is 3 at max. Folks often argue that a heavy grind like that warrants a higher difficulty rating, and I'd like to see how you weigh in. If you had to do one, would you choose a 2 out of 10 difficulty but 500 hours of mindless grinding, or a truly difficult 9 out of 10 difficulty platinum that only takes 10 hours of max skilled gameplay? This is a good question, and I think we can segue this to just how we absorb games, generally speaking. I like when I know that I can beat a game. I feel comfortable with that. There's something enticing knowing that I can brute force my way through a video game. So this idea that there are games that are difficult that are uncertain, that kind of hurts my ability to get into it from a completionist point of view, because that really hangs over me. And the few times that I've let it get to me, like Titanfall 2, it just, where Chris got that last trophy for me, which I didn't feel bad about, because I'm like, this is bullshit, dude. This is total bullshit. And that was a total skill-based thing. I had no prayer of doing it. Didn't even get close doing it.
That was hard for me. We did that. We tried that twice. Because we recorded 2 Let's Plays.
That's right. And so I look at things like that and I'm like, that's not what I'm really looking for. And I brought up the example in the Sacred Symbols Plus episode with Sandeep was Dragon Quest XI, which if you just have 100 or 110 hours, just in quotes, that platinum, you can have it. You just got to make sure you do a certain number of things and you just level up your characters and make good choices in combat, and that's it. And something about that's really comfortable to me. So I don't mind difficult games. I love difficult games and I love playing difficult games. But when it comes to being a completionist, it just, when it's like you have to beat the game on the hardest difficulty level, you have to do this, you can't die. It's like, oh, that's when it really starts getting into, I really have to love a game to do that. Like BioShock's no Vita Chamber thing in BioShock 1, 2, and Infinite, I did that. And that's fucking hard. And you have to like really be patient. It means you can't die, basically. But you can save whenever you want. So you have to just be really meticulous. And so that's kind of my approach to it. Does that resonate with you at all, Dustin?
Yeah, I think the other angle I just want to touch on from what Brian said is that I think it's interesting that I think it's true that some platinums are not created equal, right? If you have over 100 platinums and half of them are Stroke the Snake and all that bullshit from the store, then yeah, your trophy count is illegitimate as far as I'm concerned. But I feel like if you play like a Telltale game, or I guess they don't make those really anymore, but if you played a Telltale game and got a platinum from it, I'm not going to look at your list and be like, oh, you got that easy Telltale plat on there. It's like, no, to me, it's like almost like a certification of seeing everything you can in a game. It doesn't really matter if it was hard or if it took you a long time. If it's an actual game that's an actual experience and you played because you enjoyed it, not because of the platinum, but maybe the platinum is a bonus, then who cares? I looked the other day because they're releasing all of the old humongous entertainment games like Pajama Sam and Spy Fox on PlayStation.
Oh, interesting.
It's like, dude, I would totally buy those and get platinums for it, just for that experience. Now, they fucked up and there's no platinums. And those are actual games. That's what it makes me so mad. It's like we have a million of these platinum $1.50 garbage.
Yeah.
And then they don't give Pajama Sam a platinum. It's bullshit. Fix it.
It's an outrage. We had a little technical issue there. So now we're back. I'm so glad it cut out though, because I started going on a completely racist diatribe, and I'm glad that it wasn't captured on video.
About platinums, no less.
Totally.
Yeah.
Samuel Mills wrote in. He has the third question. He says, "Hey there, fine sacred gents. Hope you're doing well. I'm writing in about the news that recently came out about Evil West's quality and performance mode on PS5. Quality mode allows up to 2160p at 30 frames, while performance mode allows for 60 frames at 1080p. While I believe frame rate is more important than resolution, am I the only one that thinks a game running on current gen hardware should be able to push more than 1080p and still hit 60 frames? I'm still going to play the game, but I just find it odd when games like God of War Ragnarok have a bevy of options to choose from, but games like Evil West can't manage at least 1440p for a performance mode. Obviously not a one-to-one comparison, but what say you? Thanks for all the great content, and make sure to whisper sweet nothings into that chicken's ear for me." I will do that, Samuel. Thank you for writing in. This is an interesting take, and I saw people complaining about this on the Evil West story. I think it was on Push Square, but then I saw an insightful comment on there. Dustin, was Returnal 60, 1080, 60?
I'm trying to remember. I remember that there was a little bit of weirdness with like an upscaling thing going on, where I think that maybe the like render resolution of the like 3D assets may have been.
It says Returnal's 4K image is upscaled from 1080p.
Yeah.
And so people were, and so the dude had said like no one seemed to care about Returnal. Could it be because no one knew? And I thought that was an interesting take. Like to me, 1080 is the bare minimum, but 1080 60 is still fine for me. I think even on these beautiful OLEDs that we're using now.
Yeah. Well, and I think that this came up either last week or the week before, that is sometimes a low resolution image can be upscaled to look really good. I think the biggest example of this is Demon's Souls remake being 1440p, but it does not look like it. And even God of War Ragnarok, the performance modes run at 1440p and they look really, really good.
Yeah.
The thing about this game, Evil West, is that a lot of people are really hyped about this game, and maybe this is something that we can bring up in Sacred League, but I would hold your expectations on this game. And it's not anything against Flying Wild Hog, but they released another game this year that really hurt my Metacritic draft in Shadow Warrior 3. That was not very good. And so, yeah, this game looks really cool, but I definitely wouldn't necessarily be pre-ordering and buying it day one. I would wait and see. And obviously, this is kind of a different matter, just dealing with performance. You can have a great game that doesn't necessarily have the best performance, but just goes to show that it's not necessarily all equal. Sometimes there can be a lot of optimization that needs done in a game engine itself. Yeah. That it doesn't matter. You can have the top tier gaming PC right now. You can spend $5,000 on a gaming PC and it's still not going to run Gotham Knights very well from a core engine level. And so that may be the case here with this game as well. But I agree. I think at this point, 1440p 60, I think, should be your standard on current gen consoles. It is disappointing that we're still getting some 1080p 60 stuff, but it's not surprising at the same time too.
Yeah. I will say though that it's bringing up Returnal's weird because it's I guess there's like a reconstruction to 1440p and then it's upscaled to 4K. That's fine because it's upscaled. Like the thing that makes it a bad comparison is already there in the facts, and it's like, yeah, it's one thing to be 1080p and then upscale to 4K. It's another thing to be 1080p and then not upscale to 4K. You know, it's going to be noticeable. Like Returnal upscaled to 4K from 1080p is going to look vastly better than Evil West running at 1080p. I assure you. And And it's a little disappointing, but he's right in the sense that frame rate is more important to me anyway. I don't really give a shit. I'm gonna play it. I've heard good things about it, and I think it looks dope. But it is just bizarre. I feel like, especially with Gotham Knights, I don't know what happened to all of the optimization talent, but they're gone. or they're
It was the rapture.
Yeah,
Leftovers.
all the great UI designers and people who could optimize their games got raptured, and we're all that's left behind.
They happen to be the best of us, which is weird.
Yeah. Happen to also be nobody that I personally knew. So I mean, damn.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But but yeah, I don't know. I just the fact that Gotham Knights doesn't run well is astounding. Or that it runs at 30. I'm pretty sure that's right.
Yeah, 30.
Right?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
It always will too. I don't think it's ever going to be fixed.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
That's because there's got to be some sort of fundamental reason why that is. In fact, I was reading something that was way above my pay grade about why that is, but who knows if it's true or not. I can read all sorts of things on the internet. For me, I think 1080-60 is the bare minimum. Again, Chris kind of broke me. Chris molded me. And then when PS5 came out, I was in just the perfect position to receive the light.
Yeah.
And like I said, I saw Micah playing Witcher 2 the other week, and I was like, oh my God. While she was playing, I was like, oh my God.
It's noticeable. You can't unsee
not that it's
it.
ugly. Because it's really not ugly. It just looks, it's just like,
it's
rough.
It's
rough, man.
It's rough in motion.
Yeah. There's something about that it's hard for me to go back to. And resolution's just not as important to me because it's as we said, Demon's Soul is a good example. It's just there are beautiful games sub 4K that look insane. I think sometimes I don't think you really need to go, especially if you're not really dealing with hyper realism and stuff. I'm not so sure you need to go that crazy with it and have the better frame rate, which I think aids the aesthetic a lot more. Okay, where are we now? Robbie Devers wrote in and said, hello all. Recently, controversy has been fairly frequent on Twitter regarding Elden Ring being nominated for Best Narrative at the Game Awards. Aside from the fact that awards really mean nothing, do you think FromSoft's atypical and atmospheric storytelling is worthy of a nomination? I believe it is, as they take a different approach to their lore, world building, and plots. Different storytelling styles are underrepresented and remedies that. Thank you, chicken fuckers. Thank you, Robbie, for writing in. Dustin and Chris, you're both very passionate about this game, but Dustin, I'll go to you first. This is the thing that I think is most interesting about the game. As someone who played it for 20 hours or so, wasn't good at it, didn't get very far, just hopeless. It was this weird atmosphere and lore and kind of trying to figure things out. That was the most exciting and interesting part of the game. So I think that that's certainly worthy of some acknowledgement. And I think that that's probably most closely aligned with narrative. Although I think you could have, I don't know if they have the award, but Best Atmosphere could be another thing, which I think would be fun to explore. And maybe that is more this. Maybe it's not literally a narrative, but I think it's figuratively a narrative. What do you think?
Yeah, I am finding it shocking that people don't think that this game qualifies for that because it doesn't lay it out in a cinematic story like most other games do, right? Like, I feel like I think about a book like House of Leaves. It's not told in a traditional way that a book is. There's like manuscripts and like weird like ways that the text is written out, and people think that book is amazing because it tells a story in a way unlike any book before it. I'm not totally sure about that, but it seems like any book before it.
What's it called?
It's called House of Leaves. I've never read it myself because I'm too intimidated by it, but there's totally weird shit in that book where like there'll be sideways text.
Keep going.
Oh, Colin's on the move.
A tornado's probably at his door.
His what?
A tornado probably knocked on his door.
Oh yeah, it's finally time.
Yeah.
Colin actually, I wonder if he's going to get the House of Leaves. But anyway, so yeah, just because it's not necessarily straightforward doesn't mean that it doesn't qualify, especially because think about like the amount of lore in those games. If you're willing to take the time and the dedication to really get in it and understand it, it's very rewarding. It's almost like, man, some people will take this negatively, but like it almost is gameplay discovering the story in itself, totally. Like through different items, through different manuscripts or whatever that you find in the game. Like that's all can be really rewarding. And it's, you can play the game and not understand any of it and just go through and play it. That's fine. I think that's kind of one of the beautiful things about the game.
Yeah, no, it's really dope. It's a storytelling style that takes advantage of what video games are, and I think there's a bit of an we've had traditional storytelling in video games for a long time. Obviously, Gears of War and Uncharted, and you have cutscenes that lay out a narrative, and maybe there's some speaking of maybe there's some like dialogue during gameplay and stuff, and that's cool. That's a valid way of doing it, but it's definitely not taking as much of advantage of the fact that it's a game as other games are. And I think it's just really, really cool that Elden Ring, and even we talk about BioShock as having one of the best stories. A lot of that story really isn't told to you directly. Like it's all audio logs that you have to find of your own volition and pick up and actively piece things together. Sometimes you find things out of order, and that's a really, really engaging way to experience a narrative. And Elden Ring's a little bit more obfuscated. It's a little bit more obtuse, and it's a little bit more cryptic. But I think I was really enthralled by the fact that I wasn't sure what was happening, and I was trying to figure things out. I felt the same way about Control, actually, because Control has on the surface, it has a really normal story. Like there's cutscenes and there's conversations you can have with people, but then there are all these, like we were talking about earlier, there are all these books and all these like written out, really, really in-depth reading material. And I remember when I was playing that game initially, I was too intimidated by it to really delve into that stuff. But it's really, really cool. And even in Destiny 2 right now, like things like the seasonal model has their own cutscenes, but then there are stories within the guns. And then like it's super, I don't know. I think our scope of what makes a good narrative in video games, or enough to win awards, I guess, is really narrow. And it actually kind of harkens back to what we were talking about earlier about wanting to be more like other mediums, where the stories that we reward, while they are great and they are very good and deserving of at least a nod for sure, maybe they're even deserving to win. But there's no question that the ones that are selected are the ones that are most emulatory of other mediums that aren't video games. And I don't know, it's interesting that that's true, because I definitely think Elden Ring qualifies as a great narrative. There's objectively so much there. There's those Vati videos that go into in depth on all the lore and all the stuff that you can find in game. They're super engrossing.
By the way, I got up because I have House of Leaves, but I couldn't find it because I was going to show it on camera because of the layout. I don't know where it is. I have a first copy of it because my sister bought it for me in 2000, and it is a really unique book. I never read the sequel, but it is a unique and interesting book with a different presentation. So I wanted to get up to see if I can illustrate better what you were talking about. I wanted to go into this to this next inquiry though before I get, because we can kind of connect it to what Robbie Devers is saying here a little bit, because of the dialogue surrounding the narrative, or the whatever you want to call it, just the exhausting nonsense. Simon and about it being at the Game Awards, I should say. Simon Dixon wrote in and said, CDC, I was surprised and disappointed to see Kind of Funny give Adam Sessler a platform on their show throughout the week. From a company that will barely speak about Harry Potter because of J.K. Rowling's comments, this came across as a very strange choice given the woke stance they seem to always take. I understand if you don't want to comment and add any fuel to the fire here, but I was interested to get your take on how this could possibly happen given Sessler's track record. They can't all be oblivious, can they? I can't speak to Kind of Funny situation or how they feel about Harry Potter and J.K. Rowling and all that stuff, but I did see the Adam Sessler thing. And I think this connects in some way, which is why I put these things back to back, to what I feel like is the really decaying atmosphere surrounding anything being discussed in a meaningful way by actors that I think belong there. And I say this because I saw that really at the center of this is Elden Ring narrative and all this kind of stuff was our friend Gene Park, who was really getting a lot of abuse hurled at him and just really being mistreated by a lot of different people. And it is the same people that turn a blind eye to the Adam Sesslers of the world that give rise to this level of discourse, which is really unfortunate. And I wanted to bring that up because people were really, I had been pointed to a few things about Adam Sessler making the rounds about kind of funny and how people couldn't believe that. And I think people just need to kind of adjust their outlook to understanding if you hold a certain perspective on the world, you're just going to get a pass. Because it is really, truly unbelievable that someone like that isn't just shoved to the darkest recesses of the industry and just brought back into private life. Someone so destructive and horrifying and mean-spirited and rude and agonizingly shallow. So when I see things with like you're saying the frequent, Twitter regarding Elden Ring being nominated for best narrative, and then that kind of decaying into the same old discourse around people that I care about, and then seeing other people appear and be celebrated that treat people like shit, it does show you that there is a massive disconnect in what's going on out there. It's not to say any individual outlets or people or whatever are to blame. I just think that we have to like kind of try to contribute something more meaningful. We can be funny and stupid and all those kinds of things, but I think it's important that we never veer into the Adam Sessler territory of just complete meltdown, meanness, just on display for all to see. And if you think it's like other things that have happened, I would suggest not. So I wanted to give that a shout out because it's not about kind of funny and not about Harry Potter and all these. I don't give a shit about any of that stuff. It's about why do people ignore the bad behavior of the people right in front of you and allow that to kind of allow the discourse to be continued instead of having a thoughtful, for instance, conversation around the narrative, or instead of not giving the spotlight to someone like Adam Sessler. It always seems to be a little reductive. So I wanted to bring that up. And finally, Mr. Brobot Brain wrote in and said, "Hey, what it is, my sweet boys. This question is more for Colin. With you recently getting in on Shattered Remastered plus making your own brick-breaking game, how did we also miss the recently released Arkanoid Eternal Battle? It's critically acclaimed at 71 with 4 reviews on Metacritic." And he's saying he's kidding, of course, because of the Sonic thing. "Will you be checking out another brick breaker after Shattered Remastered? Also, what timeline are we living in that the Jets could possibly lead the AFC East after this weekend? Let's go. JETS, Jets. Anyway, love you guys, and please let that chicken have some rest and make it a sandwich. Love the content, fellas. I could be really twisted and make it a chicken sandwich.
Ooh.
Which would be kind of fucked up.
Yeah.
I
could also make a chicken sandwich. Gross. So Mr. Brotbrain, thank you for writing in about this. I saw that there was a new Arkanoid game called Eternal Battle. Seems like it's some sort of multiplayer thing. It doesn't seem like it's being very well received, so I don't think it's for me, but it does give me another chance to reiterate how awesome Shattered Remastered is and how people should check it out. And I did want to ask you guys, because I actually don't know. Chris, do you like brick breaking games? I'm sure we talked about this around the time Twin Breaker came out, but where's your mind at with these games? Do you like them? Do you understand them? It's very primal brain Colin stuff. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, I used to play them when I was a lot younger, and I do like them still. I actually thought Twin Breaker was really cool too. When we were getting, I can't remember if I got an early build or not, but no, I must have, yeah, because I had to, I had to do the trailer, the first one.
Right, that's right.
With the
the VO, right?
Yeah, I did the VO with Jonathan Young. Jonathan Young did the narration in that alongside me, but yeah, it's weird. Like, I like them, but they also feel like, I don't know, they're so rudimentary that I feel like something would have to be like Shatter, or have to have a weird gameplay gimmick beyond just kind of being the standard brick breaking formula to really get me invested or enthralled in any way. Because Twin Breaker was so hard for me. Like, I'm so bad at those types of games. I don't know why. It's like the one, I guess because I don't have a lot of practice, because the last time I played a brick breaker before Twin Breaker was probably like in the 90s. But I like them. They're not on the top of my what do you call retro preference. I definitely stick around more for, like hack and slash platformers, things like Cyber Shadow and The Messenger and things like that. But I like brick breaking games enough. I think Arkanoid is the one that stood out to me before, although I can't.
That was the one that made me love it too, back in the day. Dustin, any thoughts on brick breakers?
I think I'm pretty much in the same area with Chris, where it's like, I like them. I'm not seeking them out. though. I'm more of a like a twin stick shooter, like Robotron, stuff like that. I think it's a little more appealing to me. But yeah, shout out. Still, it's cool to see people still making and keeping that style alive.
Yeah, we'll be back with the Brick Breaker one day again. It just gives me another chance to gush about Shattered, one of the great games from the downloadable PSN era. And to me, Arkanoid, they're trying to do new things and exciting things with it, but it really is a single player game. I think I've said before, and it is our game, so I'm obviously biased, but I still think Twin Breaker was one of the only games in the genre to ever really try to do something new. And I think the same can be said for Shatter, which was why I think it's so good. But even the classics like Breakout and Arkanoid deserve a lot of respect, and Magic Orbs and Hyperbaloid, and there's just a bunch of them. But anyway, that's it. That's all we have for this episode of Sacred Symbols. It's time to go. Chris, do you have any closing comments?
No, man. I'm looking forward to. I think today I'm just gonna. Today's like a pizza and video games day. I haven't had one of these days in a while where I just like, I got a lot done, and so I have the rest of my day. There's no obligation. There's no plans. There's no calls I got to make. There's no emails. I'm just gonna take advantage of this and eat like shit, and be sedentary before I have to pick things back up at the gym tomorrow, and it all begins anew.
Dustin. I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
No, I'm beyond done.
Okay. I figured so. Dustin.
There was a mention of a chicken sandwich, and I wanted to share with you, Colin, that a few weeks ago, Holly and I, well, mostly Holly, I helped a little bit. We made chicken cutlets for the very first time, and I've seen the light. I've simply seen the light, and I've been thinking about it ever since, that I need more chicken cutlets.
They're so good, aren't they?
I had an idea.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe someone's probably done this. That you do chicken and waffles with like chicken tenders. What about chicken and waffles with a chicken cutlet?
What, like make a sandwich?
Dude, a sandwich maybe that with waffles? That would be
some syrup in the middle.
Yeah. Colin looks confused though.
You don't like chicken and waffles?
I mean, that works with like fried chicken, but I think that there's too much of a savory thing going on with like the breadcrumbs. You got the parsley, the garlic powder. I don't know, that it seems a little extreme to me.
Yeah, maybe ours weren't as spicy flavored or something. I need is it a Moriarty secret, the chicken cutlet?
Oh no, I don't think so. We did a video back at Kind of Funny where I cooked them, so you just look that up. I think that there's a video for that. The sauce is or the gravy as we call it, is what is the secret.
Listen, man, like chicken and waffles is an absolute goated fucking.
Definitely.
Yes. Like I remember the first time I had it, it's like, you can pair these things? I don't understand. What do you mean people eat these together? And it was like religious. It was the same feeling that I would assume most people feel when they find and truly believe religion, like it was like, whoa, this is like new, and this reshapes the entire, like, what even is breakfast anymore?
Right. Interesting. Yeah, I love chicken and waffles too, because I also think it's good any time of the day.
Oh yeah,
which is nice.
Late at night, middle of the day.
It's a great brunch food. I used to go to a place. What was it called? I think it was in Santa Monica, called Nighthawk, I think, something like that, or in Venice.
No, named after the famous painting.
It had awesome, just really, really good chicken and waffles and that kind of food. And you just get an old fashioned and hang out. All right, it's time to go. I want to go eat. And
I'm hungry.
I'm going to go walk the dogs as well. It's cold as fuck out. It's not that cold, but it's getting there. 40 degrees. Ugh.
Is it really?
That time of year. It's that time of year, my friends. All right. We appreciate you all out there for your love, kindness, and support. Boys, I appreciate you as always. And we thank you for supporting us on Patreon, merch. We'll see you at the live shows and all the rest. You know the drill. Until next time, take care. Goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.